So what? So do you see? What about your brother Brad? I see him some, just more socially. I don't see much work. Yeah. He's with ministry now. I knew they changed. I didn't know. Well, there's kind of AI department there involved. Yeah. Figure out. Type in this page. But they also do a lot of the prefab rods and like the scoliosis correction. Yeah, the making. He works with like. Yeah, that's gonna be one of those big cases. You do a lot of drainage? Your dad? Yeah, but was there anything wrong? I mean, I know I'm going to, I'm not dead. That was kind of the lifestyle. Nashville just horrible. Yeah. But I mean, the problem is more power to you. Right. What you do? You do some. I do some. Yeah, I still do. Still do many on the school land. You know, teamwork, dreamwork, dude. Teamwork, dreamwork. Yeah, I do too. Oh, he does. But
Things going well with you?
They're picking up. They're picking up.
he's aggressive. You don't get that. But I.
Yeah.
Bachelor's temperature.
All righty, everybody, let's turn cameras on as much as introduces a new level of seriousness. All right. Whoa. My thing always is this way. Because I'm an idiot. Yep, it's usually idiot. At least I'm consistent. We good? We want to get this started? We'll call this meeting to order. Good? We good back there on the video? Yes. Okay. All right, we'll call it to order. You are up.
Mrs. Anderson? Here. Dr. Beer?
Here.
Mr. Davis?
Here.
Dr. Gardner?
Here.
Dr. Griffin?
Here.
Ms. Goodman? Dr. Hodges?
Here.
Dr. Cluck?
Here.
Dr. McGee?
Here.
Dr. Payton? Dr. Phillips? Dr. Redding?
Here.
Dr. Scribner?
Here.
And Dr. Thomas?
Here.
We have a quorum. We're going to find the feedback.
Take it on.
All right. Yeah, Amy's got some things she wants to hit first,
I
y'all.
just wanted to introduce to those of you that haven't met one of our new attorneys. This is Michael Lewis with the AG's office. And this is our board here. Those that you haven't met, I will introduce to you at a break or at lunchtime, but I wanted everybody to lay eyes on him. He is one of our two new attorneys from the AG's office. Also, I wanted to let all of you know I know this is very early. My report doesn't come until the end of the meeting. But at the August meeting, you need to prepare for 3 business days, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. We have a hearing that we have been told to expect at a minimum of 2 days for the hearing. So that will leave 1 day for all other appearances and business and possibly 2 days. If the hearing runs beyond the 2 days, it'll be up to the board if we run over into Saturday or we stop and continue on Monday. But just be prepared that for August, so right now it's August 7th, 8th, and 9th. So I know all of you need to make preparations with your clinic, other jobs, things like that. So I just wanted to let everybody know ahead of time.
Well, on that note, we need a motion to approve minutes from the last board meeting, April 24th.
So move.
Second.
We got multiple and a second. Whoop. Oh, yeah, I'm getting there. We got a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. And then we need a motion to approve minutes from the called meeting on May 15th.
So move.
Motion and a second. All in favor? All right. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. And then we need a motion to approve licensure for non-appearing licensees unless somebody sees something I didn't.
So move.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. That one carries. And then a motion to approve reimbursement for those present today.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? That motion carries as well. All right, I guess we'll start. You want to start with issues or discussions? We'll just do discussions. And if you want, y'all, if you want, let's, it's going to sound a little bit off the beat. If y'all will, if you're ready, turn to 24-198. Permit me a little space on this one. I know that's a far back. I'm going to catch up too. Okay. Everybody there yet? Everybody there? Okay. Obviously, you know what's in front of you. You know, my impression on this one was, do we go after some employment records on this to see exactly what happened? Do we leave this be? This is a physician that had a shift that was coming up, had some medical issues, couldn't attend, and then it appears that position was let go. Where was everybody on this? Because I don't vote, make motions. And I figure I got 2 recusals.
I kind of felt like we needed just some more information
Okay.
about this. Needed some
Well,
information, maybe even
it's
from the
just-
hospital.
Maybe, I mean, but you may want to take it for information and just say, that's the world we live in. They executed what was on their contract, but, you know, I just wasn't sure.
I would, my suggestion is to subpoena the employee records and ask them to come see us. That's what I have.
I got a motion and a second for that. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. That's 198. I appreciate y'all. We'll go right back to the start. The 2371. Only thing I had on that one, y'all, was I guess we're just waiting on fines to be paid, and then this consent will be executed. I mean, we would probably, but at least look to lift this consent. And then I guess the others, the 2,500 has not been paid, or what about the 4312? Okay. And so should we reach out to the licensee, or we're just gonna wait for them to trigger that, you think, Joe? Okay. Yeah, they got a year. I just wasn't sure. If we needed to nudge them or anything like that, so we just leave it be. And then, otherwise, it looks like information to me, yeah. You know, letter from the licensee, things seem to be okay. All I have is PMRC did, and then there's a fine issue, and an investigative cost issue, and then the board approved courses were completed. And that's really, the board approved courses are what brought us here on this part. But I knew we had the others 2 sitting there, and if I'm that licensee, I would get rid of the other 2 and make the legal portion go away. But we'll just let him trigger that. So does that look like a motion for information on that one? I got a motion in a second. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. The And then I got, next up is 23,367. You know how I am, y'all. I busted into A and B, A being the non-physician. To me, I didn't see that A had seen the patient. Honestly, y'all had this as information, unless somebody saw something different. Motion is second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 23,369. I just said, thanks to our expert, looked like information. The motion is second. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 390. Woo. Experts didn't say GN. We've been down a little bit of this road in the past. I had 10-day letter with or without a show cause because I didn't have a GN kind of thing. But I could see this going a lot of ways, y'all.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, the expert review was not favorable, even though they didn't say.
Right,
GN.
right. They left it to us.
They just stopped short of it.
Right. And there were two experts sitting there.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then you're talking about the nature of the type of exam that occurred.
And you have a complainant that knows our business.
Correct. So I was favoring.
The three-letter word.
Yep.
I can see that.
Yeah, I thought the reviews were not favorable.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion about that? Michael, does that look like public safety, health and welfare?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the motion on the floor?
It's EOS. If I'm reading between the lines, is that your motion, Dr. McGee?
That's my motion.
I second it.
I got a motion and a second for emergency order suspension. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. 23,400. One of these days I'm going to learn my lesson. I had this as an EOS. I got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Dr. Donner, you have a look of consternation. Oh, really? I usually don't have that problem, people hearing me. So 23,400 was a licensee that I thought maybe was gonna do what y'all needed to do, and it looks like there was never contacted the foundation is what I've got.
After he met here, he got his contract
Right,
back, but never heard a word since.
yeah.
Not done any of the things that are in there.
Looks like non-compliance with the foundation contract to us. And so I got a motion and a second for emergency order suspension. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 23,407. Don, what you think about that one? I thought it was information, but I wasn't sure. That was the post-op pain issues.
That that was a very complicated pain scenario case, and the biopsy I don't think had anything out of the ordinary. The pathology did not confirm a cancer. It was just dysplasia, and it was appropriately done. And I didn't see anything wrong.
Info.
A motion and a second for information. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that one carries. And then 401, this one was a little bit circuitous because we had an initial complaint regarding a licensee that appeared to be peripheral, and that licensee said some things that gave us all pause. I looked at a lot of these charts, and I think if you looked at what we kind of boiled it down to me, y'all, it looked like there was substantial evidence that the secondary event happened not in the facility, was my opinion of what I saw. What did y'all think about what was submitted from the hospital? And how to deal with this? So this was someone who was in the hospital, had an issue, went home, and there was some ambiguity about being discharged with a pending problem or going home and developing a problem. What's that? Yeah. Well, and that's one of those things that if you wanted to have the other physician come see us, because certainly there was an allegation of some privilege action on the, okay, good. On the licensee that truly was taking care of the patient, we could. I mean, it's what everybody wants to do. If you feel more comfortable talking to this other physician, we certainly could.
I made a comment about should we get an expert?
You could, that's great too. And shouldn't be too hard to find somebody who does that work. I assume that's hospitalist work would be my guess. It would be an internal medicine doctor or family medicine doctor, depending on licensure. Okay. So I got a motion.
So the original problem was that the doctor that they complained about wasn't the right doctor. So
Yep.
what doctor is this going under for the expert review?
I wasn't gonna say it. That
The
one.
listed.
Okay, so he doesn't even know this is happening.
Okay.
So does he need to have a chance to send a letter or, I mean,
That'd probably be a good idea if we, I mean, sure, that sounds great, Julie. I mean, I don't know what the board wants to do, but I mean, we could send him this packet. What can we send him legally?
So the listed provider is not the provider.
his
No, so we
response
initially got a complaint on, someone initialed TB.
Yeah.
And then TB said, no, it wasn't me.
Gotcha.
It was number two, and number two got vamoosed. And then when you look at those records, I think TB's opinion is correct, that it is the second.
So then we need to get the second. Gotcha.
Right. And so my question just legally is, if there was not a complaint filed against the physician now in question, Julie's point is, should we maybe get his response to that? And then what are we allowed to send would be my concern on that, Michael.
I think what you should do is send the original complaint, possibly a letter with it indicating that the original doctor identified as the time error and that this is reference. Please respond.
Man, it's like he's done that
So
before.
I would I'd make a motion to send that correspondence to the correct position, and at the same time, we could be getting an expert review and do both of those. That would be my motion.
I got a motion, a second for that. All in favor?
All right.
Any opposed? Man, teamwork makes the dream work. Motion carries. 2434. Hey, Dr. Donner. It's almost like you knew to be here.
Well, there's going to be a few in a row, so I thought I'd say it. You know, we met with him and y'all kind of gave him the RIDE Act. And then for the month of April, he did not attend any meetings in person. We again got the list of just virtual meetings. I will say that starting it in this report, you know, goes through April. Starting in May, and he's been back fully in compliance in May. He's gone to all of his meetings, half of which have been in person. We've also did both a hair follicle test and a PEth test on May 15th. They were both negative. And so he's back in compliance, but this report was from April. So it's up to y'all, but I think the only other thing is whether or not to extend his contract any further, but
That's your call, right?
well, it can be yours.
Okay.
We're monitoring.
That's right, you're right.
We're
you're right.
monitoring for you, but
Okay.
I would say.
When does this contract up, Dr. Donner? I can't remember.
Oh, not
It's a
until
five-
28.
It's a
Okay.
5-year.
Okay. And so, or do you, I mean, if you want, I mean, we'll have another chit chat with him. Although at some point, I mean, we can't just have a chit chats over and over. Kind of
Well,
looks bad.
You know, I have a feeling, I may be wrong, I've been wrong before, that he'll fall out of compliance at some point and you'll have to visit with him again. But at least right now, I mean, because he just doesn't even acknowledge the importance of this. You know, he says, I'm not drinking, that's why I
Yeah,
just
because we don't have like a medium stick.
So, but
Right?
I'm-
There's like
I'm
no
okay.
stick and there's like big stick.
I'm okay with him being back in compliance. I'd be okay with not doing anything different. I'm just reporting to you, so it goes,
Yes,
kind
sir.
of goes on the record.
So Dr. Donner, it says still attending Zoom, it indicates he'll begin in May. Is that in-person meetings?
We asked him to do at least 50% in person.
Gotcha.
And he didn't do any in April. They were all Zoom. And that was part of the problem to begin
Gotcha.
with. But starting in May, he's in compliance and he's going to some meetings.
So right after he saw us, he didn't do what we asked him to do.
Until-
And then he straightened up.
He
3
didn't
weeks
start
later.
until May.
Let's take it for information because he'll probably be back on our terms later.
Public health safety welfare thing, at least he's got negative checks. If he didn't have negative checks, I mean, big stick.
Well, it could have been that he had to adjust his schedule for the month of April to be present.
He ain't a neurosurgeon.
He only had a year.
Hey, and even if he was, regardless of position type, if you want to stay one of those, you will do what the foundation says. So Vero's got a motion for information. I got a motion to say for information. All in favor? Any opposed? Reluctantly. Motion carries. The 2480, speaking of pennies, yeah, obviously you didn't see anything here. I got it. I had this as information, but it's not going to stop. And so the, is what it is. Motion and second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. I remember that carry thing for me. Trying. 2496. Oh, yeah. So what's your status on this one? This is our RT.
Yeah, I offered him, as I have everyone recently, a Zoom meeting, and that's the way I conduct a lot of these initial evaluations in particular. And he wanted nothing to do with Zoom, so he has not had any more contact with us.
Oh, well,
If you're in
yeah.
Central Arkansas, I mean, this person has a Central Arkansas address. I mean, I would think in person would be super easy.
Well, it might be for him, but I've asked for Zoom
Okay.
because it's not meeting I have a schedule that I'm trying to meet, and it's much easier for me to use telehealth in these visits on the front end, particularly when I'm just initiating an evaluation of somebody.
So
And,
basically, you would look at this as non-compliance on someone needing to contact the foundation from
yeah,
us.
he just refused to talk
Okay.
to me further.
What's
And-
everybody
and-
want to do with that? What does somebody else want to do with that? I mean, I don't know another way to compel them.
If he's
I
not,
think
And this is an
EOS
attestation
thing.
regarding treatment for physical mental health conditions.
Yeah, at EOS.
I got a motion, a second for emergency order suspension. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Well, somewhat similar in that she absolutely refused to meet. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, Dr.
106.
Diner, we did add another one in there. I'm so sorry.
I didn't write the number down. This is 24102. This is a situation where we were told by this licensee at the last meeting that he thought maybe those records had gotten there, but wasn't still tied to the clinic. What I had here was, and what my understanding at least is that we have a clinic owned by a licensee who primarily practices in El Dorado. This physician was previously employed there. It doesn't look like those records went out. To me, I had a board requested appearance for the owner of that clinic. The best I can tell who that is. The name of that physician was in the last meeting. That physician, no ma'am, it is not. That doctor no longer, I believe, works. I remember he was going to open a new clinic and then mentor the other doctor. And so this clinic was previously owned by a now retired licensee, and is now owned by a cardiologist in El Dorado who has dwellings in Little Rock. And so I was going to have that licensee, at least that was my opinion, was have that licensee come see us regarding the matter and send him the complaint. Because, I mean, there's a responsibility to that patient. And this patient got told, yeah, we can't send you your records because we're remodeling the clinic. Dude, I guess that flies in Union County, but I don't think it did. And so that's just not okay. I got it.
I move to
right.
come visit.
Okay. And I mean, I guess I can't really say that doctor's name, can I? Okay. Okay. I'll write it down for you. I got a motion for a board requested appearance and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Dr. Diner, 24104. Sorry about that.
This OTA refused to meet with us, said it was ridiculous and she'd rather surrender her license than meet with us.
And so she did not contact us with a surrender. It doesn't look like official or anything like that. Correct, y'all? I don't have anything in the packet at all like that, Brad, so. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Motion and second for emergency order suspension. All in favor? Any opposed? Mike, I'll promise it's not going to go like this. Looks like the motion carries. 24106, I had that as information because the foundation had looked, didn't see another reason. Okay, got a motion, a second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. This one is convoluted. 24113. I don't see that this board, in my opinion, non-voting opinion, can let this person practice scot-free when they tell us there's an issue. I am a little sympathetic to the problem they have with their previous employer. But, I mean, our obligation to the state's a lot bigger than his obligation to his legal transaction.
My question was, if we do a consent agreement, is that reportable to the practitioner's database?
Gotta be, yeah. And then, so you either see if Dr. Diner wants to do a contract, but I don't, depending on what the issues are, I mean, there are some that would definitely overlap with Dr. Diner. There are some that would not. And so you either do a contract through them or contract through us, which is a big stick.
Well, you know, I mean, I appreciate Dr. Diner's willingness to do a contract, but the practitioner's contract should be with us,
I agree, Ron. I agree.
if he's gonna have one.
I agree. And he seemed, and then the problem is though, is that his lawyer's gonna figure out is if there's a data bank entry, does that impact what he's gotta do? But that's just really not our problem.
Yeah.
Our responsibility is pretty solely to where it is. And so I had consent not to practice through us, or at least offering that.
Well, do we offer him that and say you need to sign within 10 days or?
Michael, so this is a physician who has has told us, look, I've got some issues that directly impact my ability to practice. I mean, signed an attestation as such, but says, look, I have pending legal matters with my previous employer, and if I don't have a license, I can't execute them. I can't execute that any longer. We've got an obligation, from our opinion, to consent that person. And so that's going to be a data bank entry, and that would be the only potential hiccup, but I just don't think it's our problem. And so his question was timing, right?
Yes.
And so we'll generate that. Poor Michael's going to be digging out of a hole for a week and a half, but I mean,
I can reach out to him hopefully as soon as I can, or like maybe tomorrow. The back and forth between the attorney, I don't know what that attorney will do, how long we'll drag it out.
and so you can put a,
Hopefully quickly.
yeah, but if he, and I guess your point on the timing is if he refuses to sign the consent, you don't want to wait 2 months on that.
Correct.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I also have a letter from his doctor that verifies that doctor says he'll never practice again. He doesn't think he'll ever practice again.
Yeah, well, it sounds like a consent agreement then.
So the consent would be while his.
Consent to not practice medicine, and then I would leave it open
Yeah, while he still
until
has-
such time the physician
Correct.
approaches this board.
While he still has a license, but he cannot
Mhm.
practice.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna,
Are you putting a day limit on that? Are you gonna say 10 days or what?
I mean, I'm fine with either one. It's just, would y'all, and really what this comes down to, would you want a called meeting if that physician doesn't sign that consent?
no.
Okay, then we just use it in October as a mark, I mean, August as a marker.
Because I mean, everyone's saying he's not practicing.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure, make sure, we do the right thing by the board.
Yeah, at least
Yeah.
that part, we can take the foundation's word on that
Yeah,
part.
okay.
So just so I'm clear, y'all aren't putting any stipulations on the time limit in which this consent agreement is entered?
Whatever you want to do, Brad, what you think? And we can discuss it. What does everybody else think? John, what do you think? Farrell, Don, what do you think?
If he's not practicing.
Yeah,
I
he's
just
not.
wanted to
See
make
what
sure-
ha-
Oh, no, that's why, yeah, I'll
Give it a
pass it around the
chance to See
room.
what happens first.
So if we come to our next meeting in August and it's still not signed, then we're gonna
That could be a problem.
have to be a problem, so.
Mm-hmm.
As long as they understand that, maybe it won't be in the document, but the line in the sand is 60 days.
Yeah, and what I would tell them, Michael, is that the board feels strongly that agreement should be with us and not the foundation. That's really what this comes down to.
We're hoping to see something by August for sure, or a bigger stick could be applied.
Hey, John, what were you gonna say? Because you have the.
Well, it just seemed like, I'm not sure what happened exactly, but it just seemed like they were talking about a condition.
Mhm.
Like, is this something?
Well, what I had was some stuff that would touch him,
Mhm.
and then I had some other medical issues post 2020. How about that? I think I can say that.
I'd say we just wait and let it, see what's going on next meeting.
So you would not do a consent?
Is he signed a contract?
Yes.
I mean, he's under contract with the foundation.
So he has a contract with the foundation. The foundation's told him not to practice.
Right,
Okay.
I'd
I
just-
didn't realize that, Dr. Donna. That's on
Sorry.
me.
I'd let it ride.
So I got,
I think there's a motion on the floor already.
Yeah.
okay. So you want to keep your motion for our consent? You want to let the foundation do it, Brad?
I still like my motion to, I like a contract with the board that says we want to protect the public, and we don't want you more actively practicing.
Second,
Okay,
vote on it.
all right. That sounds good. All right, so I got a motion and a second to offer a consent to not practice until such time that physician wants to come see us. To discuss that consent. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. 24-126. All right. Peyton better be glad he's not here. The next closest person is you, John.
I said info.
Oh, I know. I just,
Second.
I mean,
Second.
can someone like give him a hug? I mean,
You know, not to say too much.
and then
but
maybe send the movers in.
This guy is from a different part of the world.
My mom's from Latvia.
You know, in the South, we talk with our hands, we talk, you know, really, this guy is flat. So, I mean, but he means well. He's a really good doctor.
Okay.
I know.
So you think intent is better than appearance? Okay. So I got a motion, I got a motion for information
And a second.
and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. 24-137, I had that as information. Looked like Dr. Diner. Yeah, okay. Got a motion and a second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 138, you know, that was convoluted to me, y'all. I mean, I'll cut straight to it. I mean, to me, I'll be honest, I had experts on 3 out of the 4 of them to look at this, but I don't, maybe that's over the top. I just, because there was kind of a conclusion here that was substantial. And it just seemed like, so I broke it down to the doctor whose last name starts with a J, the one that starts with an S, and the one that starts with a D looked to me like maybe that ought to be looked at by an expert at least. And I don't know that's going to come up as GN, but what did everybody else have on that?
Can we clarify which three doctors?
What's that?
Can you just tell me the initials of the 3 doctors?
I mean, to me, I had concerns about J, last name S, and last name W. A looked like this all occurred substantially after A was involved, or it was outside. So A, this occurs 4 months after they changed docs. No, well, I'm sorry, I mean, I use my initials. Doctor started with a B. It occurred 4 months after they changed docs. And so the doctor's last name starts with B did not appear to be a problem to me. On C, that doctor looked at the scan and didn't think there was anything there, but you got a patient with a history. And he's in the ED for a respiratory issue. And then D, the one that starts with a W, he had the history, so I ignored it. Which, I mean, we've all kind of, I can see getting there. And so that's why, it seemed kind of odd. And then the doctor whose last name starts with J said, I admitted the patient, but I never saw him. And so to me, on the doctor who started with J, I said, never saw the patient that you were responsible for. That's kind of interesting. I mean, we all know it happens at times. Doctor that starts with S, I didn't think that scan was cancer. And then the doctor that starts with W said, yeah, I knew he had cancer, but I just kind of ignored it. And I'm sure there's more there than what I'm seeing, but I mean, it just seemed a little bit unusual to me. But I could see this being information as well.
I'm gonna make them.
Okay, the oncologist says information.
Yeah, then I'll second.
Okay. I got a motion and a second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. 24-139, I had 10-day letter to be careful. I bet it looks like it's gonna be doing great and has lots of support. And I assume you do not have any contact. Okay. I got a motion, a second for contact with the foundation within 10 days. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, that one carries. 140, I had this as taken as information unless someone wanted to look at employments and those kinds of things.
Second.
I got a motion, second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 141, I had that one as information as well. The answer was pretty good. I got a motion for information. Got a second? And a second. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 142, 21 years, first complaint. And I had this one for information.
Info.
Motion is second, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 24-143, that's a spicy response. It's actually what it says, but I had this information.
That's same.
Motion is second for information, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. He was a little spicy when he came and saw us too. He's an interesting cat, I guess. 24-144 is, I had that one for information unless Brad had a question because I wasn't sure if Dr. Redding was probably ought to stay out of that one. Okay.
Second.
A motion is second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 24-145, I mean, it's a style point. I don't really like letters that don't come from the licensee, but I don't vote. That's kind of maybe stupid. But this is, to me, my impression is this was written by an administrator of a clinic as a response. And I don't know there's GN sitting here. Oh, yeah, it's obvious. And this is a PE-owned group, and so don't get me started about
I
that.
don't like it. I mean, it's, the license is with the actual person. I'd like them to come down and explain.
Yeah, I mean, it was either that or, hey, man, you need to answer
Well,
in
that,
a
or
letter
I
form.
guess we could send a letter saying we want a personal response with your signature on it. And if that doesn't happen, then maybe we can come down and just talk in person.
Yeah.
I was looking to be more stern. I was gonna suggest a subpoena to appear because you just don't respond to us at all. So. this
Well,
way we get a
there was a response, but it was a crossed out optometry board, medical board.
Yeah, it wasn't,
Oh,
from-
I didn't,
it wasn't from the licensee, right?
oh, that's the complaint. That's the
I mean,
complaint.
if I get a letter from this.
That was from
board,
the
I'm
complaint.
gonna write
I
my
forgot.
letter and sign it myself.
Oh, absolutely. And it's just a question of how the
Mail
board
it,
wants to,
deliver it.
and to me, I look at it as how does the board want to project itself, to folks?
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah.
and so I got a motion to subpoena to appear. Well, it'd be a
we're-
board request
Yeah,
appearance.
we're discussing, but
Yeah,
I
okay.
would subpoena that person to appear. That way they understand.
Gotcha. I got a motion and a second for a subpoena to appear for a board requested appearance. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. The 24-146, I had information on that. I mean,
Never seen that injury with a colonoscopy before.
well, did you see something different then?
No, this was quite just interesting.
Well, I mean, if you want to look some more, I mean, you would have some knowledge in this topic.
Conscious
Yeah, we're
sedation
kind
can
of in
do a lot.
different areas though. where
Okay, okay,
Procedure was done and where the injury occurred. That's
okay, okay.
long scope.
okay. Oh,
Info.
so is a motion information on that one, Brian? Or do you just stay out of it? Okay, does anybody else have an opinion on that? Verril's got a motion for information. He got a second. Elizabeth's got a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. I had information on this one.
Which one?
Oh, 147, sorry, 24-147.
Unless Mr. Davis has a different opinion.
I put information.
Second.
Okay. Got a motion and a second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 24-148, one complaint, 22 years. Got a motion for information? A second, all in favor? All right, motion
That's
carries.
an outstanding position, by the way.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that he just called, but that's style. 24-149. It just seemed weird to me that, I mean, I get a palliative doc doing chronic pain medicine, but it almost seems like it should only be chronic so long. And so,
I was. Ooh,
so
like
on
to
this
see
one,
the
I had
plan.
obtaining the record to see what we have here versus we can't get a PDP on the patient, but it would be interesting to see what the pattern looked like. You could get a prescriber report, and I can't remember if the complainant's name, I think, yeah, is in here, I think. And so you could kind of cross-reference it that way. But I mean,
So why palliative care instead of chronic pain management?
well, and this palliative care for technically would be 8 years. So my guess is there's both of these practices going on here is the only way I can see that. And I will say oftentimes, and it's just me, I look at the matrix and see palliative care. So I assume they're taking care of cancer patients
Correct.
95% of the time. So I look at that number and go, okay, well, I get it. But that's not what's going on here, I don't think.
Could we get an expert review?
You can, I mean, it's just how you want to attack it. So really it is do we want to investigate it or not? And then if you want to investigate it, do we investigate broadly? Do we investigate patient only? And if you do a patient only, you get records, right? And then you might go after that, you might get a prescriber report, which is different than a PDMP. You can get that too, but a prescriber report is every single prescription they wrote for a period of time. And then you, sometimes when you're curious what a patient's getting, since you can't get a patient's PDMP, if you've got a complaint, I can't remember, it's not on my computer up, if this complainant's name's in there, then you'll see that.
So considering we have palliative care and what your statements were as far as the 95% of the time it's cancer. can we
Well, that's just my own stupid,
course.
yeah.
Me also. Can we just focus our expert review and investigation on this patient?
You absolutely can. You can do it, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. And so you'd have to me, you'd have to subpoena the records on this patient. And the question is, do I need, well, the records would include the prescriptions.
Correct.
Yeah. You wouldn't have to go after the prescriber report on that one. What does everybody else think? Barry, what do you think? John, what do you think? What'd you have? Okay. So subpoena the records on the patient. Do you want this licensee to come see us? Or do you want to just look first?
Let's look first with the expert review, please.
Okay, and then,
So we have subpoena records and get an expert review.
yep, and then Julie, does this have to touch pain management?
You don't know what you have yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay,
You don't know what you have yet.
so that's the only
Not
thing,
just for
that's the only thing. If we saw something and we thought it was substantially problematic, then we would have to wait on PMRC.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, as long as everybody's good with that. Okay, so it's subpoena the records is the motion. No, and an expert review.
Yes.
Okay,
A second.
got a second, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 24-150, 20 years, one complaint. I had information. Motion a second, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. 24-151, I mean, I had BRA via Zoom is what I had, but I mean, you know, I think this is this still pending in Oregon, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, and Oregon, we've tried to get stuff in the past, has told us no. Now, you could ask Oregon for the records and they can get another opportunity to tell you no, which I think is probably the appropriate thing to do. And I know the last time we had someone from Oregon, they were like, yeah,
I
thanks for
think we
coming
should
out.
ask them again. Can we get the final stuff from Oregon?
Okay, so it should be request, investigatory data from Oregon State Medical Board.
Yeah.
Okay, and don't want to see the licensee or anything like that. And I'm fine with it. I'm just laying out the potentials.
You gotta find
Good.
out what find
Okay.
out what the final.
So you'd
is.
rather have more information and just see what we
Find out
got.
More information, and
Okay.
then depending on that, then we will act
Make a
on that.
decision.
Okay, so that's just a motion to request the records from the Oregon State Medical Board. Okay, motion a second, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 152, to me, it looked like Tennessee had already probably handled this. You know, but what did everybody else have on that? It seemed like a sincere, man, I swear I made the phone call thing. Tennessee did a reprimand on the provider. You know,
I had information on it.
yeah. A motion, a second for information, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 153, yeah, I had this information. I mean, I just,
I have information.
yeah, okay. Got a motion, a second for information, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 154, you know, I had information on this. Had a motion and a second from Dr. Griffin and Ms. Anderson, for information, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 24-155, and what I'll do right here, do y'all want to do, can we do 155 and 184? Well, we'll do it one time. Let's do 155, but there is a 184 here too, just so everybody's aware, right? We've got two complaints on the same licensee. My concern on 155 was that there was some allegation here that we had someone using someone else's fob codes, things like that, to write prescriptions.
Yes.
And in the digital world, I mean, some would say that's faking prescriptions.
Correct.
And so what's everybody's take on that? And so what I had was, you can pull a prescriber report if we have the name of the patient, and you can see which doctor wrote the prescriptions for that patient. And then at that point, you would have potentially a complainant that says, I never saw the physician. And then you have prescriptions with the physician's name on.
On that one, you're talking about 184, right? Not
No, I'm talking about, well, it's 155, I think.
Yes.
184 is, my concern on 184 is telemedicine and narcotics.
But that's.
You're right,
that's
but
I was
that's what
getting
I figured, we do 155 first, because if
Okay.
I do two at once, man, we'll catch the fire.
at. Okay.
And so but what everybody thinks, so really the complaint was the prescriptions by the APRN are put under the MD's name. And then there were some complaints about out of country, but in our world, that's just, I'm sure that's I'm not running up that tree to try to figure out if someone's HIPAA compliant in another country. And in the way, good Lord, once we start shooting stuff to clouds and AI starts handling stuff, it's going to be even more convoluted. And then I'm not really worried about Zoom on the billing side. And so to me, it was just, the only thing I saw in 155 is, do I have an APRN utilizing the DEA verifications of a physician? And to me, the only way I can figure that out is if I have the patient's name in that complaint.
Isn't.
Because I don't think that's the patient. I think that's just who wrote it.
Okay, and so the only thing that'll be difficult there is if you don't have a patient name, it's gonna be hard for you to figure out if that's occurring. Now, the other way to attack this is a board requested appearance and ask the licensee, are you doing this? Right? That's the only way I know to get it. Now, certainly, I guess, you call it, no, we can't call it a complaint because we have a name. And so, what does everybody think? And then also, you got to think in the back of your head, what are you going to do with 184, right? So 184 is a question of, are there narcotics being written or a relationship being established via telemedicine to write scheduled drugs?
Mhm.
And so in the back of your head, well, am I going to bring that person in for that?
Can
On
we just
184. So
have him come see us for both?
Yeah, I think,
because he ain't been gone long.
For sure,
I
184.
understand he hasn't been gone long, but when you look at both of them, I'd like to just see him in person and have some of these questions answered.
I think it's very reasonable, Brad.
I would,
And prior to your motion, I don't mean to interrupt,
Yeah.
what about the PA in this situation?
Well, that's 184, isn't it?
Yes.
APRN.
Yeah, and so, let's kick to 184.
Okay.
so what?
Well, I'm already in my head, I got
Okay,
184.
gotcha.
So Chris, what's your take on the PA situation, 184?
I just go back to the telehealth. I don't understand how it got to that point where they're calling through telehealth to try to figure out how to prescribe
Right.
something from that.
And so,
Can I just say something about 184, just to let you know, not that it'll change anything, but we received a phone call from the complainant who said he was going to withdraw his complaint, that he had, I think he said something along the lines of jumped the gun or something. Dr. Qureshi says something similar in his response, that he thought that they were going to be withdrawing the complaint, but we have to have it in writing and we never got that, so.
yeah, and that complaint's got something to gain in this situation. And so to me, where once it's laying on the table, I can't just, I wouldn't just put it under the plate.
The reason why I mentioned the PA, because if we're gonna invite
Oh,
the
good point, Brian.
MD,
Yeah.
why not?
Would you have the PA show up as well, Chris?
Sure. It'd be good to get information on what's being exchanged and how
Would you have the
the
PA?
practice is set up.
Would you have the PA come here, so they would come here and not?
Yeah, because they're our
Yeah.
licensees.
Gotcha. Okay, well,
Yeah, so you've got the ability to, yeah.
I'm back to Dr. Thomas.
So you got board requested appearance. Was that Chris or Brad?
Yeah, that's fine. Board request appearance.
For this, for 155 and the 184 for the physician and the.
PA.
In the case of 184 would be the PA. So I got a motion on 24-155 for a board requested appearance for the physician. And then I guess the other question on 155 would be, do you want the APRN to come see you?
Yes.
Okay.
Are they, they're not
We've asked
licensed by
before.
us, can we?
Yeah, you can ask. You can't make them, but you can ask. Oh, I'm going to step through them one by one. I'm going to. Yeah, so on 24-155, your motion is to ask the APRN to show up, knowing that we can't enforce that, and have a board requested appearance for the physician.
Yes.
Okay? And I got a motion for that. I got a second.
Mhm.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Quick
Twen-
question, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
Even though we may ask an APRN to show and they decline,
Mhm.
do we not have other means of asking the nursing
Can,
board?
can you send a letter to the nursing board on that?
Yeah.
Well, let's see if they'll come.
Give him the chance first.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, in the
Well,
event
and
that
so-
we send the invitation.
Yeah, you're talking
and
about
they
the larger macro
and
issue.
they decline, yeah.
And what they're saying in a macro issue is you can subpoena to appear.
Gotcha.
I didn't realize that. I just figured it was,
Oh, we can.
I don't have a license under you, so I elected not to show.
We can't take any actions, but we can still have him come up here.
Okay. And I would think that that would be, gosh, you ever had somebody just not show, like an APRN tied to a doctor? Okay, that's good. Yeah, so we got that one. And then 184, the motion is have the physician assistant and the physician come see us. I got a motion for that.
I move.
And a second from Chris. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. Okay, so that's 185, 155 and 184. Okay, 156. I had leaned towards board requested appearance. It just seemed weird to do a telemedicine admission. I guess people do that, but maybe it's just information. I just don't see how a telemedicine doc would see someone before they were discharged. I guess you could though. COVID happened all the time. It just seemed like an odd structure to me, practice, but it's in California.
That's what I was saying. How do we know what's going on?
Yeah. So then there's an attestation finding because there was a precautionary suspension because of a discharge to patients without seeing them the day of discharge. And then there was an investigation that was taken up. Now, eventually the hospital withdrew the data bank finding. Okay, so the hospital eventually looked at it and said, yeah, we're good here. We're good here. And so really, it's a style point issue probably. And so I could see information or just talking to this licensee to see what's going on here. Okay, got a motion and a second for information?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 157, the one thing I will say, this licensee's address is Arkansas. And so to me, my concern, obviously, I assume was everybody else's, was just the structure of the response. It kind of looked like the response Dr. Cluck once gave. And so it's, I had 10-day letter to see Dr. Diner on that one. I just had concerns about ability to practice there based on the answers I got.
I had Diner.
And you could have a board requested appearance as well if you wanted to add that to see this licensee in person. It is 24-157. This is a physician who had some data bank issues, who has from a military base, and there's an investigation pending through the VA. We got an answer that just seemed kind of, I think flight of ideas is what they taught me at Unit 3. And so,
I would like to
put
make a
eyes on-
motion for a 10-day letter to make contact with the foundation and for, at our next meeting, a board appearance.
okay.
You okay with telehealth on that?
Uh,
Or are they?
and I've got an address that's in Searcy,
Okay,
but I got a practice in North Carolina, and we know the address could be previous.
yeah.
So why don't we handle that in advance? And so how far away they gotta be to do Zoom?
There-
Are you okay with Zoom on the meeting or not at all? On the BRA or not?
If he's in Arkansas,
Wanna
I'd
see him.
like to be in
Okay,
person.
state border.
It's state border.
Okay.
but Otherwise, Zoom would be acceptable.
Okay, so we got a motion for a board requested appearance and a 10-day letter. We would like that appearance to be in person if he resides in Arkansas primarily, and if not, Zoom's okay.
That's my motion.
Okay, I got a motion and a second from Chris. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
May I ask a question?
Heck
on
yeah.
this? It looks like his license expires at the
Yep.
end of September of this year.
Mhm.
Are we able to block online renewal to keep this person from running out the clock and renewing their license? That way,
Yeah,
that way they're gonna need to do the stuff that he was suggesting.
But you are gonna get a retouch in August, but you
Okay.
could go on and do it now, because you say, Ward, I may forget by then.
Gotcha.
And you could amend the motion and add that there,
Nope, I'll remember.
yeah. You're better than me, so. What's that? Oh, Amy makes a good point, Brian. She can renew before, or he can renew before that.
Gotcha.
And so by flagging it, you prevent, a quick move.
So flag, you're gonna add flag?
So so it's 24-157. The concern is, well, we may have some foundation contact. It may look kind of difficult, and we may gently look at this provider and say, man, why don't you just slide on out. surrender. I mean, and just kind of let this expire, as opposed to giving you another data bank hit in your lifelong practice. That's what he is trying to leave the door open for by doing that. And Brad would have to amend the motion to add that on. And that way he gets worried if I've got a more devious player that's gonna then get my renew next week for as long as I can. Now that door is gone.
Okay. But if he calls here because he can't renew his license, what do I tell him?
He's supposed to show up at the next meeting.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
The
I
board,
would-
I would say the board's gonna talk to you about that when you come see him in August.
and you'll still have time to renew it.
Absolutely.
I would amend my motion to flag for renewal, flag for renewal. of a
Flag
license.
renewal for appearance.
Second.
So we got a
Third.
10-day letter, board requested appearance, and flag renewal, any renewal attempts for an appearance.
Yes.
Okay, I got a motion and a second for that. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. 158, Don, I mean, I had information on that one, unless you had something different.
I didn't see anything.
Okay.
Information.
And a motion and second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. 24-159. 24-159.
That's
What did the nursing home
information.
guy say on this one? I had information, but I was
It's
curious.
information, if the coroner pronounces him, he has to sign the death certificate.
Because I must say, this is a provider who's 27 years, and this is the only complaint on this provider. I ain't gonna get there. I didn't get there. And so, yeah, okay. So I got a motion, a second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so, so that's 159. So let's do this, y'all. Let's take a 5-minute break before we start appearances. We're gonna start at 9, correct, Amy? Is that cool with y'all? Okay, so we're gonna pick back up at 160. Okay, so turn your off, turn your mic. Someone's still on. We're letting the first appearance virtual.
Yeah, good morning.
Hey, Paul, Ward Gardner. Hey,
Yeah, how are you?
Fine. Hey, looks like you're working this morning, man.
I am. I've got a case going on upstairs.
Don't say that on video. It's
Okay.
hey, how do you pronounce your last name so I get it right?
It's Lajos, L-A-J-O-S.
Well, I would have. My Arkansas ACT would have hammered that, Paul. I appreciate it, man. Hey, Dr. Lechos, I'm Dr. Gardner. This is an appearance for licensure. The main reason for this appearance is just in Arkansas you need a waiver regarding step 3.
Right.
And the way our law works is kind of, can you give us some explanation as to why you had some problems on 3?
Yeah, I can. You can hear me all right, correct?
Oh, you hear you great.
Yeah.
Great, Paul.
So I was raised, I went to a very liberal artsy prep school. And then I transferred over towards the end of high school to a little more regimented school, et cetera. And then off to college, et cetera. And then I did liberal arts in college. I was an art history major. And so then I went off to medical school, and then that's kind of when I got exposed to board exams. So I struggled with standardized tests initially, and but I was away in the lab, and I had opportunity during my general surgery residency to read up on the material and prepare. So I got a handle on it, and then I went and got boarded in 3 specialties. So
yeah.
So.
And then how long have you practiced now?
Oh boy, it's coming up on 17, 18 years.
Yeah, I know the feeling. And then what's your plan here in Arkansas? I mean, I assume you're hopping to these pad locations and working.
Yeah, so they're you probably know them. They're a PVD group, and they contract with people to come in as a practitioner to do cases. So I'm a contracted physician.
Okay,
so I work with them.
Peripheral vascular disease like aorta FEMS, stents,
exactly.
that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
Outpatient in outpatient centers.
Absolutely. Yep. Exactly.
And the only thing I would tell you too, Paul, on that, because I'm an ENT doc, and we operate a longstanding surgery center here in Arkansas. And I'm sure the lawyers have got this covered, Paul, but in Arkansas, if it's an outpatient center not regulated by the Department of Health, any complications you got, Paul, you got to bring to us. And they're going to happen, Paul. I get it.
Yeah.
But if it's licensed and set up as a surgery center, you don't, because then you're getting inspected by ADH. So just for your own sake, because your patients are going to be sick, man, if it's not venous disease.
You know it. Yeah, exactly.
And there were some issues in the past, at school, but Paul, I don't have a desire to talk about that. So you practiced 17 years.
Right.
Does anybody else have any questions they want to ask about this? No, anybody want to make any motions?
Move
Regarding
to
his
grant him a
license?
license.
I got a motion and a second to let Paul come to West Little Rock and work.
Okay.
Hold on.
All right. Sounds great.
Got a vote. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. We'll get you.
Thank
your
you very
license.
much. Yeah, I look forward to working down in Arkansas. So.
All right, man. You're gonna need to explain your last name to all of us rednecks. So we're gonna call you Lajos, man.
Okay, that's all right. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Good luck. Be careful.
Thank you. Bye.
That 910 is also virtual. Hey, Dr. Howard. Don't have any sound yet, but you look great. And I can tie a bow tie, but it takes me like 9 attempts.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Okay,
Come on,
thank
you do
you.
telemedicine, Dr. Howard. You're supposed to be good at this, man. I'm going to give you a hard time.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm Dr. Gardner with the Arkansas State Medical Board. They don't let me vote, so they make me run the meeting. I appreciate you being here. Hey, what's your plan here in Arkansas, David? Because this in our world, this appears for licensure.
Yes. Yeah, so my plan is, part of it is I actually own my own telehealth company, and we want to expand into Arkansas. And so that's one of the reasons why I'm getting that Arkansas license.
And that telehealth company is centered on gynecological care. I can't imagine it's OB care, but maybe I'm an idiot.
It's multi-specialty. It's both primary care, gynecology, and endocrinology.
Gotcha. And then the other thing I was just going to ask you about, obviously, there was a settlement in 2014 that was of note. I hate that you had to go through it. That's for sure. Can you give us kind of some background on that, just a little bit? That was the small bowel perforation, man. That was complicated. I mean, real.
Yeah, it was a complex case, and yeah, I mean, just to answer your question directly, I mean, this was, you know, my first year out of residency. So I graduated in 13. I was in the military. I was at the Travis Air Force Base, and you know, the patient, you know, she's, I mean, obviously pregnant, but just abdominal pain of just unclear etiology. Other people saw her before me and actually could have done other things. And then the persons who immediately saw her before me, they were going down the constipation pathway. And so they actually gave her an enema, but she never got better. So then I took over at, I think, 5 p.m. I was on call. So I took over. They sign out to me. I work her up for preterm labor, you know, the obstetric things. There's no signs of that. There's no bleeding. There's no signs of placental abruption. So there's really no obstetric signs. It's just this, you know, ill-defined abdominal pain. So then we ordered a CT scan, but, you know, at a lot of facilities, as you know, there is, you know, sometimes you get pushback in doing a CT scan on a pregnant patient. In the end, you know, we ended up having to do an MRI. Not that an MRI is a bad study, but the CT would have been quicker. But we did the MRI, which is a high-level study, and I went to the radiologist myself, face-to-face in the radiology darkroom, and I said, you know, is there anything you see that could be explaining this persistent abdominal pain? And, you know, he looked me in the face and he said, no, I don't see any bowel pathology. So at that point, you know, it kind of led us down a different pathway, you know, and eventually I consulted the ICU, and he came in from home, the attending, and, you know, that's when, you know, I transferred the care to him. I mean, I was blamed for, I think, holding on to the patient too long, even though, again, you know, my defense at the time, and unfortunately, because it was in the military system, this didn't go to like a trial where I had the opportunity to like have a lawyer and defend myself and cross-examine and all of that. So it was just a different system, but you know,
that's ignorance on my part, David. I had no idea that was the structure of that.
yeah, I didn't. Yeah, because like as I said, there were other people who saw there were other doctors who saw the patient before me, other doctors who saw the patient after me. And, you know, the military unfortunately chose to put it all on me. And I mean, I'm not here to relitigate the case, but I'm just saying I didn't normally in a case as complex as this would tend to go to trial, and both, you know, all sides of the aisle would have an opportunity to have their attorney making a vigorous defense of their clients. And, you know, it unfortunately didn't happen in this way. So, I mean, what I can say.
Is this your third year out of practice, Dr. Howard?
No, well, now I'm 11 years. This was.
But you were only 3 out when this happened.
No, this happened in 14. I was 1 year. Yeah.
Dude, we have all, well, not necessarily with that sort of settlement, but it's always those first few years where horrible things happen and you're just lost. Don, you got any? Dr. Phillips is an OBGYN too. He's to my left.
I've never seen an example of the complete lack of due process. That must have been horrible for you.
Yeah, I mean, I just didn't. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot. I mean, basically, they allowed me a written response, and then for years I never heard anything. And then the next thing I heard, was really in 20, you know, in basically when I got the notice that, you know, it had been settled 2 years prior, you know, so it was just a very kind of bizarre system, but, you know, it is unfortunately what it is. I just have to live with it. But the reality is, as you guys have seen from my record, I've gained privileges elsewhere. You know, for the last 4 years, I've been a faculty at Rutgers, New Jersey Med School, a large med school on the East Coast. You know, there's been no issues. So, you know, this was very early on. I, you know, went on past that, and, you know, I've been practicing, you know, consistently since.
Does anyone have any questions about the other issue that was sitting there? No? Because the other issue was the gloves thing, but.
Right.
And if you made me deliver 2 kids in a hurry, I'm an ENT doctor. You know how we are.
Yeah.
I've done barehanded because of that.
Yeah, yeah. Any motions for a license or
I move to
questions?
Motion to
license.
license.
And a motion, a second to grant him a license. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. And you're running your own telemedicine company, David. You seem very nice, but just be cognizant of the laws in Arkansas and that kind of stuff, and establishing a relationship so it makes sense. Don't get caught up in the in the turn and burn thing on telemedicine because it's easy. Just be careful. I know you run.
No,
the company.
absolutely. No, absolutely. No, that's great advice, and I take it with
States know the
humility.
difference.
Yeah,
Know the differences.
you know that every state's different. So
Yes.
anyway, you got your license. I appreciate your time, Dr. Howard.
Thank you, and God bless. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
If it matters, I've never seen that case.
Is 9:20, which is also a virtual appearance. It's Dr. Azzolini. Hey, Dr. Azzolini, can you hear me? I can't hear you though. You look very nice. You seem pleasant, but can't hear you yet. Yes, sir. Do a little work, see if you can find some volume, some speaker activity. Yeah, usually there's an unmute button somewhere, Dr. Azzolini. What's that? Hold on a second, Dr. Azzolini. Any luck, Dr. Azzolini? Give me a 1, 2, 3. See if I can hear you. Still can't hear you. Mark, I'll take any advice you got to fix this problem. And when you're unmuted on our end, Dr. Azzolini, so it must be something on Zoom on your end, or I've had Zoom at times be unhappy about speaker interactions. Like, do you have a Dragon mic plugged in? I've done that before, and it blocked me. The other option is to call in. Mark, you want to give instructions on how to do that? Or do we do that? Hi, Dr. Azzolini, we're going to give you some instructions on how to call in. And we'll do it via phone on top of things. And we're going to move you to the waiting room for just a minute, okay, Dr. Azzolini? Thanks, sir. I appreciate your patience. All right, we're going to pick up discussions for a second if you want. Yeah, we're way ahead. Okay, so that's next up is 24-160. That was, I guess, really mad about some food poisoning. And so I had information on that.
Information.
A motion and a second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. 24-161. I didn't see GN on that unless somebody else did. I had that as information. What'd you think, Don?
Was there a radiologist that read this?
Right.
Because that's a fair question. If she's accusing a doctor of missing something, which reading was by a radiologist that said it was missed? Because kids, the fractures don't show up immediately many times.
Well, I think her accusation was there wasn't a fracture. And his response was, based on physical exam, I didn't need an x-ray.
I questioned whether it was read correctly by the other also.
Oh, so there was an initial x-ray? I thought there was just an exam, and he's saying Ottawa criteria excluded my need for an x-ray. Dr. Cluck, go for it.
Yeah, you know, if
'Cause I
if they're
can't spell
not, if they're not bearing weight, I always get an x-ray and the kids act like it wasn't bearing weight. And they didn't get an x-ray. They just went by the exam. I mean, it's hard in the ED and you're not used to kids, you know, getting examined just palpating, but they're not bearing weight, which the kid wasn't bearing weight. Apparently that would be a reason from my standpoint to get an x-ray.
It's the Ottawa rules for x-ray. They're not
Yeah.
bearing weight.
And so the options there, speak to the physician, expert review, take it for info, is what I saw in that situation.
Well, what did it?
And I
change?
guess the other question would be the fracture, y'all's understanding, and everyone who does fractures, well, I guess I do too, but not these. I guess the other way I would look at this is did patient outcome change because of this? Did patient, you know, unduly suffer because of this?
No.
That kind of stuff. And that's malpractice terminology a little bit, but that kind of puts some weight here.
And they said, you know, have follow-up with your doctor. So it wasn't like they just said, you're fine, don't worry about it. So I end up putting it in information only for me. So.
I had the same
Okay.
in the end of
So I
it
got a
all.
motion and a second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. 24-162. I had this as information, y'all. I didn't see this as GN. Certainly, that's quite an outcome here. But that's a pretty complicated situation. That's not my neighborhood, but it's a previous neighborhood. And, you know, that to me is a pretty ill situation. So, patient comes in with nausea and vomiting, given some meds, some question of sedation. CT 2 hours after, patient's transferred out of one town to another with a bad outcome.
The prognosis was horrible, no matter what. And getting someone transferred is so hard to do at certain times.
Well, and that's in the
And that-
response,
and
is
that's
I
not
tried
the
to go one
doctor's
place
fault.
and couldn't go one
Yeah.
place and went my backyard. And so, you know, I had his information, but always these are information expert appearance. you know, that
My
kind of stuff.
motion's for info.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. 24-163. I mean, I had this as information unless somebody else.
Information.
Got a motion, a second and third and a fourth for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, that one carries. 24-164.
Info. for
I
me.
had it for info. I got a motion for information and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 165. You know, on this one, y'all, my concern, probably the person executing the care here is not our licensee. I will tell you, although the neurosurgeons can pipe up about this as well, that's not a place I would go playing around. Certainly not in a clinic. But the main thing to me on this is we have a physician that's supposed to be supervising and generating a path for this person to be able to do some degree of procedures, maybe not. I wouldn't suggest this one. I have in my opinion, I have a CT scan here that really doesn't show a distinct mass based on report. And so to me, I had board requested appearance for both, because I think what this board's charged with here is, okay, show us how you got to this point where these privileges exist, and then show us how we're vetting this. And because to me, the response here seems to imply that this protocol exists. This is a very large clinic system. And if this protocol exists across this entire system, that is a lot of providers potentially. Initially, when this licensee executed this procedure, they were under a collaborative agreement. This licensee is now under an independent practice agreement. And so that's a factor here as well. And I just honestly think this board needs to have some understanding about how this sort of thing is going to go down, not just here, but other places, because the description from what is apparently said by the patient is stopped because I ran into nerves, and who knows, but that ain't any place I'm going, not in clinic. And so what everybody else have here? But the thing is, we don't have purview over that licensee. Now, I would ask that licensee to show up and see if this licensee will. And I wouldn't do it virtual. That licensee lives a ways away, but I think, you know, my opinion is we need to have a chit chat about this.
I have appearance.
Okay.
Appearance.
Okay. Have board requested appearance. A motion, a second. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, the motion carries.
I wouldn't.
24, 166. You know, I had this as information. The only, you know, if you wanted to try to poke a hole in something would be is if this knowledge was gained somehow, and this is truly a medical condition of this other person, that's a HIPAA question, but it looks like he said, she said kind of nasty fight. A motion, a second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 24, 167. You know, I had, trying to get hold of employment records to see what went down here. I mean, it seems kind of odd. I'm surprised that not rounding got you a termination. And so, and then I had potentially a board request appearance just to talk to the licensee. But you may want records as well from the hospital, or you may just want to talk to them.
There's been some issues up in that part of the country with the hospital and other physicians as well.
Okay.
It seems to be a system problem.
Yeah, I wonder, because it's hard to tell on these, because, you know, we had another one kind of like this where punishment doesn't appear to fit activity and you can't tell who's pulling. So what would you do with that, Beryl, motion wise?
I can give for information.
Okay.
And I'll second it.
Okay. Okay. Did we? Okay. Okay. So that one's first. And so we have a second to that motion for appearance? Okay.
With the appearance, can we subpoena the information from the hospital?
Okay, so that's amended that motion to that. And so we'll vote on the first one. So that's a motion for a board requested appearance and a subpoena of records from this facility. We'll vote on that one. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that one carries. That makes sense, Julie? Thanks for the help, Ron. 24, 168. Almost said the name. I had, yeah, I'd give him the list. I wouldn't give him the open-ended here. I mean, I don't think the inspector's not gonna let him do that. And I love him. He seems like a great guy that some of you may have contact with, but yeah. He's probably not the 10% that ruin it, but sorry. So what I had was, I would approve the list as submitted only.
Correct. Not the
Yep,
blank
mhm.
card.
Yeah, Chris and then
Thank you.
Jonathan.
Yep.
And so we got a motion, a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so we'll pick up at 24, 169 when we come back. So I think Dr. A may be on the phone. Hey, Dr. Azzolini, we're doing bimodal communications now? Looks like he's still muted on our end, y'all. Can't hear you yet. Any luck with that, Mark? Looks like the phone looks like it's still muted.
Yeah, the phone is muted.
Hold on one second, Dr. Azzolini. I think your phone might be muted on our end. We're still working on it, Dr. Azzolini. There's an icon on our screen that shows your phone muted. Not from your end, I would assume from our end. We all been there where you try to call him. Hey, Dr. Azzolini, hit *6 on your phone. And I don't know what that's going to do. If something happens, I'm not responsible.
Okay.
Hey, it's so good to hear your voice.
Got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I turn my phone off?
Hey, here's my rule in medicine, Dr. Azzolini. The enemy of good is better. Don't change anything. It's working. It's,
Okay, I just have an echo, that's why.
yeah, hey, Dr. Azzolini, Ward Gardner. Hey, in our world, this is called an appearance for licensure. And the main reason we got to see is you had 3 failures of step 1. You have practiced now for like 25 years, haven't you?
Hello?
Yeah, I know. You've practiced for like 25 years, haven't you?
Yes, I've been practicing, I've been out of residency since 2006.
Okay, so 18 years.
18
Okay.
plus 3 years.
Right. And the reason you got to come see us to get an Arkansas license, if there's more than 3 failures of step 1, we've got to get a waiver. And so, and the way that is structured in our world is, could you give us some reason as to why you had the problems of step 1?
Yeah, so I actually did submit a letter and I tried to explain, it wasn't really a single factor. It was probably just a combination of different things. On the first time that I tested, I was going to medical school, I was doing well in my testing and so on. And I think I was just not prepared adequately for the board exam. I was not familiar with the structure, with how they formulated questions. And so that one, I believe it was just on me not doing proper research to find out how the exam was going to be presented. So I bought some review books, and a few months later, I signed up again for the step 1. Took the exam, and I actually felt relatively comfortable once I walked out of the exam. I didn't feel like I aced the exam, but I felt like I had enough to pass the test. And so I was quite disappointed when I got the result that I didn't. So I had to go back to the drawing board and figure out how to move on from there, because I didn't quite understand why I was doing very well in medical school, in my clinicals, and was having difficulty with the board exam. So I opted to try the part 2 of the USMLE, which was more clinically oriented. And I passed that one on the first attempt. And so I let some time lapse and decided, well, I'm trying to go back to doing step 1 again. And again, I was faced with a lot of family stressors. I was in the middle of possibly separating from my ex-wife. I had a 2-year-old son at that time that would have incurred in separating myself from him physically as well. And at that time, my time to take the board was coming. And unfortunately, the life stressors, I think, got the best out of me. I should have just stepped out of the whole situation and deferred it for later, but I guess stubbornness got the best out of me on that one. And I decided to go ahead and take the test, and had an unfortunate result as well. So I realized I was going to have to just wait until my life situation got settled before I moved forward. At that time, I had completed my internship and my social services in the rural parts of Mexico, and came back to the U.S. So I decided to have a plan A and a plan B. Plan A was still to pursue the medical license in the United States. And the plan B was to look into maybe a PA program in case things didn't work out the way I originally planned. And so I contacted the PA program here at UT Southwest, and they said that they could take all of my medical school courses as part of the prerequisites that they have. But I had to take the GRE exam because that was considered a master's program. So I sort of locked myself up for a couple of weeks in a library and took the GRE, did well. applied for the program and I got accepted at UT Southwest. And during that first year of doing the PA program, just in a conversation with my older brother, who actually has been more of a father figure to me, he said, you know, you owe it to yourself to go ahead and take that step one more time. And I knew all along that that's what I needed to do, but I thought his words motivated me to go ahead and push forward with it. So at the same time that I was doing the PA program, I went back to the review books, took the exam and passed it. And at the end of that year, well, the beginning of the following year, actually, I got accepted into the residency program at UT Southwest, the same institution. So that's my story in a nutshell.
Yeah, so you took the test 4 times to work in the Parkland ER. I don't know that I would have done that.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah,
that
oh
was,
yeah. I
quite
wasn't
an
sure that I was tough enough to
experience.
do that as an ENT president. Heck, they probably wouldn't have taken me.
Yeah. But,
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
fortunate.
Give him a license.
It was a very good residency program. I was elected chief on the 3rd year. And once I finished the program, I took my family medicine board exams and passed that one. And been practicing medicine ever since.
Yeah. Well, Dr. Hodges just made a motion to give you your license. Is there a second for
I
that?
seconded it.
Everyone seconded it. I'm not allowed to vote. All in favor? With the waiver. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, you have your Arkansas license.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much. I really
All right.
appreciate it.
Practice good medicine. Thanks, Dr. Azzolini. You're free to go.
Thank you very much. Yes, have a good day.
You too. All right, 9:30, we'll go on and discuss. There's a blue folder item there. It appears the 9:30 appearance has elected to surrender her license. And there's not an acceptance need for that. That just is what it is once you get the letter, correct, Julie? You do? Okay. So we take that for information, is how we do that, y'all? Okay, so we got a motion to take that.
So if it's
Accept the
surrendered,
surrender.
can we flag it if they ever try to renew or try to reapply?
Once it's surrendered, they can't renew. They won't be able to renew. And
Technically, she's surrendered under investigation too.
right, that's what you need to say something along those lines, that she's
Yeah,
accept the surrender.
under investigation,
Yeah.
right. Mhm.
And that will be reported.
So really, the motion needs to be accept the surrender while under investigation. Yep,
I'll make
okay.
that motion.
the-
Got a motion?
With the report to the data bank?
It automatic if you, yeah. And so, but yeah, so we got a motion to accept the surrender while under investigation. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion passes.
And Mr. Chair, just to follow up what Brad was saying, so if she decided to try to apply for a license in the future. these
Data bank
things-
hit's gonna come to us.
Okay.
It's gonna be on that concern line, even if you don't flag it. Yeah, just say ASMB, accept a surrender while under investigation with the data bank hit. June 5th. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And after the 9:30 is 10, but I can't imagine they're not here. So we'll go back to discussions. On track, and then discussions we pick up at 169, I believe. That was someone whose license expired in January 2024. They Wyoming did a reprimand and a fine. I had a flag on
Flag.
that.
I have flag for renewal.
So I got a motion, second and a third. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, 170. I didn't see 24-170. I didn't see Joe gross negligence here. I just saw it as info, unless somebody saw something different. All in favor? Any opposed to that motion? Okay, 24-171. 2 licensees here, a PA and a physician. It looks like the responses we got were information to me.
I have
didn't
information.
see- On both, okay, so on both licensees, 24-171, we got a motion, a second for information, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, that carries. 24-172, I also had that one as information unless someone saw something different. I got a motion, a second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. 24-173, I had that one as information as well. Looked like a voluntary thing to me unless somebody saw something different. Okay, so I got a motion, a second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. 24-174, only thing I had on this is send her a letter hoping she does well. And this, she's practiced 24 years and never had a problem. And this is, you hate to see affirmative attestation from that.
Yeah, say, please get well.
Because I didn't get 24 years and no complaints. Some of you might have. Script probably did. But yeah, I didn't. And so, did you? God dang. So I got a, so you want to send her a letter or you want to leave her be? I would. And so I got a motion to send her a letter, wishing her the best. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. 24-175, I had let the foundation handle it, currently under contract there. Dr. Diner's nodding his head. But what does the board want to do on that?
Just needed a little bit more information as far as like the length of the contract with the foundation. I don't know if that was included here.
I'm not sure what information y'all have on there, but he was suspected at work of being impaired. He appeared sleepy and lethargic. He admitted to overusing opiates, contacted us, went to treatment, returned and signed a contract. He's on pretty much a standard contract with drug screens and meeting attendance.
Gotcha.
Okay.
He's monitored. That's good.
Okay, so we got a motion for information on that one
Second.
and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Another affirmative attestation, 24-176. I mean, you can go after the arrest records you want, but I didn't see that in this situation unless somebody else did.
Info.
Got a motion, a second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries. Yeah, I got you. I figured that wasn't opposed, John. 24-177. Yeah, another penny. I mean, this really kind of comes down to what the AG's office wants to do with this, because I took this as, this is not your purview from the attached lawyer to this. This was a complaint about, from a complaint from a licensee that's not our license. No, it is our licensee. No, that wasn't our licensee. That wasn't our licensee, it was just to our board regarding who she thought was one of our licensees. And technically, this person does not have an active Arkansas license anymore. He has the degree. The pat answer always from his legal representation is this is not a medical clinic. I don't know that Ward agrees with that, but I'm not a lawyer. And so it's just a question of if y'all ever thought I need to take that up, Michael.
I don't see the law jurisdiction.
Okay.
Over the alleged clinic or.
Okay. That's your legal opinion. All right, so that looks like information to me.
Sounds like info.
So I got a motion. Is there a second for information? And a second for information, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Thanks, Michael, bunch. The 24-178, gosh, love him. I had this as an expert. I hope that the stuff that I added didn't inundate y'all too much. I was just trying to find some stuff that might summarize his position. Dr. Diner, you've had some contact with him as well. I read the entire thing from his other institution, and it was the same kind of circuitous behavior, but there was a lot more, to me, more substantive issues here within that. There were prescribing issues, there was treatment issues, looking at things. There were some questions of some mental impairments at times. And so, the VA fully executed their end of this. And so I had expert on this. Certainly, I guess the other option is you could revisit this person, but I don't know that's going to get you anywhere. And then I don't know that it rises to an EOS, but there's some pretty exceptional behavior in there. I would say, there's some pretty odd structures the way this medicine was executed if you saw some of those prescriptions. And what everybody else had. What do you have, Donald?
Expert.
Expert review? Okay. So I got a motion, a second for expert review. All in favor? Any opposed?
I have a quick question. As I'm scrolling through, when does this license expire?
I think I wrote that down.
I'm just.
Nope, usually I did, but I didn't know. 272 pages makes it hard to find that.
Is it gonna be in the previously viewed documentation?
March of 2025.
Thank you.
So 9 months.
It's not currently working.
But I, yeah, I gotta believe he's gonna continue though. The work. Does your concern? Ability to practice, right? Now, so you could go back after a foundation thing, but I think for Dr. Diner, it was very hard to kind of get a feel for what he had with this licensee. So you got cognitive, and then we've got performance issues.
I mean, the VA.
But we'd have to have an expert anyway, probably in this one.
I mean, the VA's information was very thorough. And
Yep.
they've already recommended an expert, so.
Yeah. Okay, so do we vote on that one?
No.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second for an expert review of this similar practice type. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 24-179, unfortunately, similar, different specialty. And on that one, this one's actively practicing in Central Arkansas. There's a lot here, and to me, I had expert as well. And an EOS to me seemed a longer shot here. But I mean, doing procedures based on 4-year-old MRIs and not reload and stuff like that is, I mean, what'd y'all think? Cause you two touch this, and Chris to some degree touch this as much as anybody. I mean, it's,
Yeah, I looked at, the data bank description and it said 17 spine procedures that were questionable.
right, 17 out of 30, it was over half. Didn't meet criteria for treatment.
I mean,
Oh, no.
I didn't say expert, but I think expert's a good idea, and I'd like to see them come down to the medical board.
Okay.
And do a discussion.
I'd come see us.
Okay, so we got a motion for board requested appearance and an expert review.
Yes.
Okay,
Second.
I got a second for that. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 24, 180, I had that as an AMF review, it looked like. What everybody else have, 10-day?
10-day
Diner.
letter to meet with the foundation.
You got that one, Dr. Donner? Okay. So we got a motion, a second for 10-day letter to meet with foundation. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 24-181, those that do fractures of the axial skeleton, what does everybody kind of say on that one? I said not a good look, but it still looked like information to me.
Yeah, I mean, I had information only. I mean, it was a fracture, it was really minor. I didn't think that it was gross necklace.
Right. And this truly is a family medicine doctor, if I remember correctly, not a neurosurgeon or a orthopedic surgeon. Okay, so is that a motion?
That'd be my motion.
Okay, got a motion, a second for information, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. The 24-182, I mean, it looked like an EOS to me. I don't remember us doing those two combinations, just kind of letting those fly around.
So how have we tried to contact them so far?
Let's look. 24-182.
Yeah, I know we've tried. I mean, what means have we tried so far?
Looks like we mailed them.
Certified.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was unclaimed. Yeah, here it is.
2 certified.
2 certified letters unclaimed.
And also didn't notify us of what's got, I assume that's a felony charge.
And we
So-
tried to email as well. And didn't get a response.
An email and 2 certified letters.
And if you want to do a subpoena, is that your concern? Instead of a 3-letter word?
I mean, do we know if the physician is practicing?
And that's
Man,
what's-
we got no way to know
and that's
without,
what's- And that's what's scary.
Have we ever sent like a personal server?
no, it looks like we mailed it to a location not too far from here.
We haven't so far. If subpoenas we do, we have a server that serves subpoenas and the orders, as long as they're in state.
Okay, well, I would then make a motion to subpoena him and have that delivered by a personal server.
They all are.
Okay.
What was that motion again, Brad?
So subpoena the physician to appear at the next meeting.
Okay, okay. So I got a motion and a second for that,
And a third.
and a third. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. 24-183. I mean, I had, there was quite a bit here as well. But the problem here for me is the case not been settled yet. It looks like that we've already got one NDBD, PD or whatever, report. There'll be a second if the VA makes a declaration. I actually had information pending VA completion, believe it or not. But you could ask the VA for records if you wanted to. They did that on the other provider partially.
I had appearance.
Okay.
I didn't feel like he answered really the question. I thought he had some great evasive answering techniques.
Okay. That sounds good to me. Okay. Got a motion, a second for a board requested appearance on 24-183. And then I don't know where he lives. Chris, can you tell where he lives? Does he live here and then practicing there? Oh, so the appearance, but you're gonna want that in person or you want to Zoom?
It's Fort Smith, but yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think you can get it.
Yeah, Fort Smith. We'll assume that's where he lives.
Yep.
Because it's that same kind of situation where he's working out for the government. And so, board requested appearance in person. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Let's see, do I need to change gears yet? Not yet. 24, we already did 184. That's good. 24-185 to me was a legal question.
Right.
Well, unfortunately, he didn't include the power of attorney in the complaint.
Mic on.
He didn't include the power of attorney in the complaint, so I don't know what authority he does or does not have. The doctor indicated in his response that the patient has mental faculties about him. So it's hard for me to make a determination because I don't know if what he's saying is true because he didn't provide it to us.
Okay, so it's the best way you think to frame an answer and say, without an actual legal documentation, we can't, this board can't make a determination.
Yeah, we can't make a determination because under Arkansas durable power of attorney law, if the patient he's got all his faculties about him, he can make his own decisions.
Right.
But the complainant was also from, I think, Tennessee. So
Correct.
the power of attorney could be governed under different laws other than Arkansas. We can't make those determinations because they didn't provide the information to us.
So the option here would be for the board to take it for information and let the complainant know that without copy of this power of attorney, this board can't take any action.
But then if the person presents. that
Submits another
information-
complaint with the additional data, we'll look at it again.
Gotcha.
That's what I would do with it and kind of leave it in his court. And it's gonna say, we took it for, well, it's whatever y'all want to do, but I would say we took it for information because without the documentation, this board can't make a legal determination about who really is in charge here based on Arkansas law as a standard. Yeah, I wouldn't even go into the other part.
Even with the power of attorney, if the original person has their faculties, and the person with the power of attorney, they can't just get access. I mean,
But it depends on
Normally, it's
what
going
the
to
power of
depend on
attorney says.
how it's worded.
Yeah.
Possibly. It's not something you
Depends on what it
normally
says.
see, but I guess, they could draft it up and everyone could sign off on it, then they've signed off on it. That's not something that's normal, though.
Look on page 6.
we need to see that.
Look on page 6, the second paragraph. It refers to the APRN as doctor. And in Arkansas, they can't do that. Is that what's really happening, or did this person just misunderstand? That's just another question here.
I've actually seen situations where
Oh, they do, but it's, as I understand it, the nursing board has put a no, has put a policy against doing that. And if they are, then they're to be reported to the nursing board. But anyway, because the way you read this, he's thinking this doctor says this, but this doctor didn't do that. And that's part of his complaint, is that another doctor said that he should have, but it's not another doctor.
Well, but in the end, he wants a determination from us. Without the legal documentation, we can't do it.
No,
So,
we can't.
yeah.
But do we send this to the nursing board and say, is this person advertising themselves as a doctor? And that's what he's referred to right here. That's an APRN.
Oh, yeah, I maybe the board can do whatever you want. I don't really enjoy having those fights.
I don't either.
Because here's the deal. Well, no. This is what I would say if I was Michael. Well, I'm not that smart, but I would say is You can put doctor, you can't put physician. Because if that person has a doctorate, they can do that.
That's so confusing. I mean,
But they
that,
can't in a clinical setting according to.
Eh.
nursing guidelines.
Oh, but that's nursing guidelines, that ain't me.
I understand.
Okay.
But when someone in my town did that, they were reported and it got acted on.
Well, yeah, so if you want to add it and just turn
Do
over
they
the
need-
complaint to the nursing board, you
do they need to
can.
know
It's
it? I
easy.
don't know.
Shannon and the people ain't gonna worry.
I don't
And
really-
so,
I don't-
and so you can add it to the amendment,
I
I mean, to
don't-
the motion.
I don't really care.
And so who made the initial, anyone want to make a motion?
well, before we get back to that, I'm still kind of piggybacking Don's comments because I'm just thinking globally. I mean, you know, you're in a practice setting. You have physicians there. And someone who's not a physician is being called doctor.
Well, but the MPA only says physician. I've looked at it a bunch of, I mean, I think that's correct. I mean, Micah, you can correct me wrong, but where the big hangup is the word physician. It's page 43 of the MPA. I think I looked at it last night. Not this one, something else. Can't remember.
And I could be misinformed. I was just told the nursing board.
That's still
and
not
the
confusing.
policy against that.
That's confusing for the patient. So, I mean, we're sitting here, we can part and parcel that, but when a patient goes to see a doctor,
Right. So, Micah, you get the debate?
Yes.
Yeah, I figured you did.
Unfortunately, off the top of my head, I don't really have a direction for you. I'd need to research it.
If you type in the word physician as a search, you're like, boy, it's not gonna come up.
What does the nursing board have as their policy right now? Because I understood they had a policy against that in the clinical setting, and I can't pull it up or anything.
No, I got it right here, because this comes up again. Yeah, because that's probably right now. Because that comes up in our issue 2409 a little bit. I just couldn't remember where I was.
because then if you have a nurse practitioner calling themselves doctor, do they report to the nursing board or do they report to us?
It says authorized use of doctor as a title. This act shall not be construed to authorize any person to use the title doctor unless that title is authorized under 17-1-101. So in which case that person shall use the title in accordance with the statutes and rules governing the particular healthcare profession, or unless that person has been granted a doctoral degree in any healing arts profession and is licensed in that profession.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm always willing to be the idiot.
Okay. Let me go back. In which case, that person shall use the title in accordance with the statutes and rules governing the particular healthcare profession, or unless that person has been granted a doctoral degree in any healing arts profession and is licensed in that profession.
And that means they fall under us.
No, it means they fall under whatever the license is. It's up to chiropractic board, that is okay, it's okay.
If you want to make a note, it's 1780-113 in the code. It's state law.
Yeah, because they get real picky about positions, that comes up in this dentist again.
Correct.
Physician is us, chiropractor is us. And then doctor, I didn't realize it was doctor. So I've always just taken it as a doctor. And then we had the cosmetologist that was doing procedures, doctor, but she was a doctor.
Yeah, that's gonna need to be updated.
And there's three sections in the code. That one that's the section where it's authorized use of doctor as a title, but they also have sections in the provision of healthcare services and also the restrictions on doctor as a title in advertising. So in our MPA, it's listed in three different places.
Question before the rest of the board is just, do you want the nursing board to look at that part? And they're not gonna mind looking at it. They're very nice people. Nobody yet. We're just, we kind of just seeing what everybody wants to do. What is everybody got a motion they want to make?
Sure. The motion is the original thing about without documentation, all we can do is say that this is info. And then the second part, asking the nursing board to look at this doctor thing.
Yeah, I think that's fair. They'd be happy to do that. Yeah, got a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. That was 185. And then we're going to go 10 o'clock. Okay, so let's stop at, we'll pick up at 186. And then the next thing we have a 10 o'clock appearance here.
And Dr. Gardner, we have a proposed consent we'd like to present to the
Go
board
right
for
ahead, Michael.
consideration.
And y'all come on up, Dr. Wicker and everybody with Dr. Wicker, come on up. That's not the Star Chamber. We're all doctors, a few lawyers.
A few.
Hey, gotta have you, man.
And Dr. Gardner, do you normally just have these start from the finding of facts and read them out loud? Is that how you?
Yeah,
your
you can go
preference
through,
is?
Michael, I trust the heck out of you. You just go any way you want to go with it.
Okay, the findings of facts are as such. Kimberly Durrett Wicker, MD, is licensed to practice medicine in the state of Arkansas pursuant to the provisions of the Arkansas Medical Practices Act. Her license expires on October 31st, 2024. Kimberly Durrett Wicker, MD, admits as true the following allegations in the show cause order and notice of hearing. In the files reviewed, the primary diagnosis for which she certified patients are PTSD and intractable pain. For some patients seeking renewal of their medical marijuana certifications, the only evidence in their file is their previous medical marijuana card and certification. Some patient charts contain outside medical records but lack a formal diagnosis by Dr. Wicker. Her office notes are minimal and are not in SOAP formation. Patients seeking certification based on PTSD were certified based on a screening tool. Dr. Wicker took no additional medical history. There are no notes on the severity of the PTSD or on previous treatment, nor are there recommendations for alternative treatments or psychiatric referrals. In an online preliminary assessment, a patient noted he did not feel comfortable discussing his or her PTSD with Dr. Wicker. Dr. Wicker certified based upon related discussion, but did not detail the discussion in her notes. The ASMB finds from reviewing the medical records, the evidence, and the expert review that the allegations contained in the show cause order and notice of hearing dated May 4th, 2024 are sufficiently supported and accurate with respect to Kimberly Durrett Wicker, MD's failure to provide proper documentation and failure to conduct her own assessment and examination as set out above relating to marijuana certification for patients within the state. Conclusions of law and order. Therefore, it is considered, ordered, and adjudged that Kimberly Durrett Wicker violated Arkansas Code annotated section 17-95-4092G of the Arkansas Medical Practices Act and Board Rule 2.8 for failing to appropriately assess and examine patients and by failing to properly document patient care records for purposes of medical marijuana certification and recertification for patients seen within the state of Arkansas. Subpart B, Kimberly Durrett Wicker, MD, agrees and is so ordered by the ASMB that she shall pay a civil penalty in the sum of $2,500. This sum shall be paid on or before June 6, 2025. Kimberly Durrett Wicker, MD, agrees and it is so ordered by ASMB that she shall pay costs associated with the investigation in the sum of $2,404.02 on or before June 6, 2025. Subpart D, Kimberly Durrett Wicker, MD, agrees and it is so ordered by the ASMB that she shall take a board-approved CE course in proper prescribing, including medical marijuana certifications if available. And she shall also take board-approved CE courses in proper medical documentation. Kimberly Durrett Wicker, MD, shall provide certification of completion to the board by November 25th, 2024 for review by the board at its December meeting. Subpart E, Kimberly Durrett Wicker shall return to the board on the 5th day of December 2024 at 9 a.m. and all other times requested by the board. In the event Kimberly Durrett Wicker, MD, complies with the requirements set forth in paragraph B, C, and D above, and she is not otherwise found by the ASMB to have violated any other provisions of the Medical Practices Act unrelated to the issue addressed in this order or notice of hearing herein, the consent agreement shall be dismissed. The agreement of the party stated herein is fair and equitable agreement, and the board adopts same as the board's own order. It is so ordered.
To summarize, that would be a fine, cost of investigation, CE regarding prescriptions, and if there's MMJ, we would do that. And then CE on documentations. And is that a mandated return to the board on in the December meeting?
Yes, I believe
Okay,
so.
so I thought so. And then when all those things are done, consent's gone.
That's correct.
Okay. Any other things, or y'all?
No, thank you at all.
No. Do the board members have any questions or?
I'm just trying to see whether or not adding a letter reprimand to this consent agreement, because we've got an expert review that talks about an extreme departure. I mean, this is not them saying, oh, this is something that kind of happened. I mean, when they use words like this, they're saying, you know, some things occurred and the consent agreement goes away, but we need to have something that's gonna really stick and make sure going forward, I mean, this won't happen again. I'm pretty sure it won't, but.
And I assume, can we do that through consent, or would you have to have a hearing? I guess you could. Anyone can consent to
Yeah, if
any
she wants to
restriction of lot, yeah.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, what y'all's feel on that? I mean, what does everybody else feel about that? John, where you at?
I mean, it's just another thing to add to the record that she had action against her. I mean,
What's your feeling about that, sir, or Dr. Wicker?
I'll defer to Dr. Wicker. My thought
Yes, sir.
is that the consent order contains all the provisions that are sufficiently punitive to her and at the same time provides for a corrective measure. And with great respect to the idea of a letter of reprimand, I'm just not sure what it would actually add to the matrix.
Dr. Wicker, when you went to medical school and learned how to do H&Ps, tell me how you used to do that. As far as the documentation, no matter what we do, if we don't write it down, we didn't do it, and it doesn't get paid for. You're not billing insurance, so that's not under any jurisdiction to get caught. Anything that any of us do as a physician, if it's not put in the chart, then that encounter's not finished. And a 6-sentence H&P 12 times is just, we're concerned about that.
Yeah.
We're very concerned about that. And if you didn't write it down, how do we know you did it? It's what it's always alleged by whoever it is reviewing, no matter who this reviewing person is. And what about when someone gets records to assess their PTSD and there's not any, other than the patient says I have it? I mean, that's the concern we have.
And so from my understanding, once she does everything in the current consent agreement goes away, correct?
That's correct.
It'd have to come back to see us in
Yeah.
December
But
5th.
there's
Usually,
no-
sometimes we don't do that, but that one's in there.
The board has record of what occurred, but there's no public record.
Well, there will be with a consent agreement, there'll be a data bank issue.
Gotcha.
That's to his point, is that, to me, that's why I look at it as, you know, by accepting this, the consent issues a data bank issue, because that's a effect of license in a way. And so the public natures will be there. So that's why, to me, I didn't really, you know, in writing everything down, I feel like it redirects what the licensees, you know, practice patterns likely are going to be, and it does, you know, it doesn't sweep it under the rug.
Yeah, I think with the consent agreement and that noted in the data bank, I mean, that is gonna be on permanent record, and I think that's sufficient.
And your goal from here is to correct all of these things, even when it's just a renewal of because that's what we want, is just that it's done right. And you'll never do an original over telemedicine as long as you walk on the face of the earth. Okay.
Unless the law changes. Unless the law changes, we get that. We get that. I know, I just had to give it a room. Yeah. So it's whatever the board wants to do.
I move we accept the consent agreement.
A motion, a second to accept consent agreement as presented by Michael Lewis, board attorney. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Consent carries. Thanks for your time, y'all.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Mr. Hendricks, can I get your signature in the client section?
Okay. Next up's 10:30. You need to go back to discussions. Let's do that. I mean, the 1040's here, y'all. Let's do that. We'll do that license CFA. I think a favor. I hadn't looked to see what that one is just yet. I mean, I've looked. I just, I'm totally caught up. So 1040 is a virtual appearance. Yep. Yeah, it's for Dr. Matar. And if I got it wrong, you make fun of me all you want. I still love you. Come on up here. And anybody that's with you can come up there too, although it's, as long as it's not in the whole family. Hey, and how you like putting up with, I'm Dr. Gardner, ENT doctor in Little Rock. They make me the board chairman to keep me from voting. It's nice to meet you. You look nervous. You're gonna be fine. Okay, Tony vouched for you.
Oh, okay.
And I don't vote, but Tony and I were in school together. Love her to death. She's very good. And so I appreciate you being here. What's your plan if you get an Arkansas license? What are you gonna do with it?
So, I'm gonna be working in the ER with the ESS company, home visits and working in the Jail Institute. I just got my ATLS certification and my ACLS, BALS, BLS recertified. So I'm just here to answer any questions, any concerns.
And really, residency wise, you were a year in Macon. You've been 2 years in Pine Bluff, right?
Yes.
And then your residency director, Dr. Middleton, said no reservations about licensing. Does anybody have any issues or questions about anything here about getting a license?
Have your vision issues been resolved?
Oh, yes. So I had corneal cross-linking and scleral lenses and 20/20 vision.
Okay.
When you mentioned, did you say ESS or VSS? Is it a staffing corporation?
No, it's a a recruitment corporation.
That's that group in Dallas that was involved in the thing we started with this morning.
Exactly.
I know,
So
but I can't exactly
As soon as I heard
communicate that. That's
just be careful.
Oh, okay.
Review your contracts. But they're big. And so anyway, and they, target rural ERs. We don't want to screw that up. And so anyway, any motions or anything?
I move agreeing a license.
A motion, a second, a third to give you a license. You sure you want this?
Oh, yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it passes. You're stuck with it.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
Should I head on out?
yes, you are free. Go back to clinic, man. See ya. All right, we're gonna go back to discussions, it sounds like.
I was paying attention a little bit this morning.
Yeah, I heard that. I wrote it down. I was like, oh, no. I know. 24-186. I mean, yeah, is this a great situation? No. I've kind of did some looking, and it appears we had some providers who were there. They left. There was some non-compete unhappiness. Then you got this complaint. It appears that there was some questions about being registered as a medical corporation, that those appear to have recently been cleaned up, although there was a 5-year lapse there. Honestly, I said either have this medical director come see us or information. I'll be honest, I lean towards information because it just seemed kind of like I guess quagmire is the word that comes into my temporal lobe. Got a motion and second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 24-187, I had that for information. A motion, a second, a third for information. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. 24-188, I likewise had information.
Dr. Griffin, did the motion.
I got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
Is it possible to flag the PNP? Like, just say,
Flag, what do you mean?
well, if a physician hasn't prescribed anything, but in the future prescribes something, it pops on there and it immediately alerts. I mean, is that possible?
Oh, so if the physician were to practice in Arkansas,
Like
that's what
send
you're
a
getting at?
script, yeah, and then all of a sudden it just pops up.
No, you just have to subpoena. No, and here's the deal. Any prescription, you can't get your hands on.
Right. I'm talking
Right,
about-
yeah.
I'm talking
But
about
you can,
control.
I think, we can this board anytime you want, but not, I don't think as a preset.
Okay.
Every time I ask for anything extra, I get met with, you need to talk to the lawyers.
Do you want me to put that in my calendar?
Oh, I got a PDNP meeting next week, but I'm not gonna ask that question. So, so that was 188. We got to vote on that. We already did it. Okay. 189, I had that one for information as well. Motion a second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 190, similarly, I had information as well, unless somebody had something different. A motion and a second, a motion one. You got a second for information? And a second, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. 191, I had information unless you wanted to verify with the patient that occurred, that the refund executed, but that's not really totally what we do. I got a motion for information, a second, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 192, I had that as information.
Info.
Yeah, a motion, a second for information, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Yeah, 24-193, I had that as information as well. I mean, we all been there, I'm afraid. Motion, a second for information, all in favor? Any opposed? Yes, ma'am. Smidge till she looks at me with a smile on her face. The 24-194, I thought the answer was pretty solid, to be honest. It's a tough situation. We all been there. But I had that as information.
Second.
Motion a second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. 195, I had that you can go after records to see kind of what you got. It's a young license. Sounds like there's current back and forth going on. We've had this institution send us, generate situations that involved us. What do y'all, it's hard for me to know. It's just hard to know if this is performance-based. What is this right here? Because we just don't know. Certainly if there's action by this, no, there already is. Yeah. It's denied, suspended, diminished voluntarily. If there's action by this facility, all it'll appear as a data bank hit. 30 days of investigation or a bad finding. And so it's just a question of what you want to do. Me, I would probably look to see what I had, and if they told you no, they told you no, but it's just up to y'all. Yeah, well, I get worried that it's a little too administrative, which is hard to say these days in hospitals, but yeah, I know. Mm-hmm. And the last one, I guess the last one, we kind of took that one for information. It was a little bit lengthy, but that was the one with the call issues. Mm-hmm.
It showed up with legal counsel.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so, whatever y'all want to do, it's just work on this board's part to look at the records on whatever this facility is willing to share with us.
Well, we don't have a complaint about care. We don't have any database information.
And it's a attestation. Right. You could have tried to fake that one.
Yeah.
I know.
So I would favor info.
That's fair. Got a motion and second for information. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. 24-196, I had that for information as well.
Information.
Motion a second for information. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 24-197, the response was a little bit confused about the diagnosis, but it looked like information, unless y'all that
It's
do.
information. Insurance requires physical exam, occupation x-rays, and a lot of times physical therapy before they'll approve an MRI.
Right. Correct. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And so we got a motion, a second for information to my left. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 24-199, I had that as information as well. Right. A motion, a second for information. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. 200, Dr. Redding, what you got on that one? Have you looked at that one? That's a spacer issue. We got one recusal from Dr. Thomas. It just, the only thing I had was, do you get an expert to look at it? There was a malpractice determination here. Obviously with that size settlement, there was a substantial outcome. And it's just that thing, to me, GN is below level medical school student, and it is absence of care. You could go halfway and do a board requested appearance and have them come see us just to chit chat and see where you're at. Mhm.
what surgeon do they have a relationship with? If they have a complication,
Right,
what happens when the patient has complications? What do they do? Algorithm wise.
right.
And that's things we need to know.
So you would say board requested appearance? Okay. And then do you want someone of similar background, that which would actually be, nope, it'd be anesthesia in this situation, I think, isn't it? Yeah. And so, but yeah, we can start with a board requested appearance and see what it looks like. And if you want, does anybody else feel like there needs to be an expert? Jonathan, do you feel like there needs to be an anesthesiologist look at this? Dr. Hodges does? Okay. So we got a motion, you're gonna amend your motion to add that. And so Don's got a motion for a board requested appearance and an expert review. And there's a second for that. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. Yeah, Brad's off the record. Dr. Thomas, the 24201, whew, what a bad, huh? Yeah, and so, I mean, my take on this one is, this is someone whose primary licensure is not obstetrics. I would ask the facility what the status of those privileges are after something like this, just to see, because it wouldn't surprise me if this person wasn't doing this anymore after that.
That is my motion exactly.
And then do
What's
you
the
want to,
current- What's the current status? Is he still doing OB?
and do you need anybody else to look at this? Would you look at this as GN or anything like that, like an expert on?
Without having all the record, you're not gonna be able to know that, but if he's not doing this specialty anymore, that's gonna take care of it.
Okay. You'd have to ask that facility. I mean,
Well, I mean, start with that. That's it. That's the easiest thing. If they're willing to tell us that he's resigned their privileges in OB, then nothing like this can happen again.
yeah. And you could have him appear, that's the other thing. If you wanted, if you couldn't get an answer from the facility, you could have
Okay,
him
start-
appear and ask him.
Start with the easy way. And
Yeah,
let's see what
okay.
happens.
So that's a motion to ask the
The hospital.
hospital involved, does he continue to have obstetrics privileges?
Obstetrics privilege.
Okay. Okay, a motion, a second, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay. 24202, another malpractice notification. I didn't see this as GN, unless somebody else did. I saw this as information.
I wish they had, it's too bad it wasn't taken forward because apparently it was totally defendable, but anyway, it doesn't matter now.
Yeah. So Dr. Hodges had a motion for information. Dr. Scrivener seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. 24203, looked like that Dr. Diner had been in that foundation, been involved. Looked like no monitoring was required according to the foundation, so I had information on that one. Motion is second. All in favor? Any opposed? 24204, what did the people that do a bunch of back stuff say? That's three, y'all. Yeah.
Not uncommon for people to not think that they even had the procedure done because it
It's
goes so,
brief,
because it
yes.
goes so quick. Yeah.
Okay.
But he needs to update his address.
I'm sorry.
He needs to update his address.
Yeah.
I think maybe that'll happen. And so she's just looking down. All right, so is that a motion for information? Okay, I got a motion for information. Second. All right, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. 24205, that one looked like a 10-day letter. Yeah, motion a second, all in favor? Any opposed? Looks like that one carried. And then I assume on the academic renewals, they don't meet with us, so we can just discuss that. Right. Yeah, so does anyone have any reservations about renewing 22402s?
Vote to approve.
Second.
Second.
To approve in a second, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. So now we're down to issues and appearances. Amy, what you want me to do next? 10:30 appearance. And the 10:30 appearance is virtual. Now, if we get this done, I do not need to leave the meeting.
Because we would require them to take walk-in call. Because we have such an enormous burden on walk-ins.
Hey, Dr. Alzgari, can you hear me? Yeah. Hey, Dr. Alzgari, this is Dr. Gardner. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Dr. Alzgari? If you can't hear me, I know I can't hear you. Any luck yet? Any luck yet, Mohammed? Yeah, because he's not responding. Okay. Hey, Dr. Alzgari, can you hear me? No. No. You want to take a break? Let's take a break for a minute because I kind of could use one. We'll work on him. Okay. So turn your All right, y'all, let's get started. Turn your videos on, cameras on, somewhat mics on. We're gonna let him in and see if we got some sound. Yes, sir, 10:30. Fingers crossed. You all need to pray for the magic of the internet.
During the break, Dr. Vera made a motion that was seconded.
It's our own version of CPAP, telepep, the Arkansas State Medical Board. Hey, looks like he's still muted on our end, Mark.
Hello? Can you?
Yeah, I
hear
can
me?
hear you.
Oh, God.
Thanks, Dr. Alsgar. It's good to see you, Dr. Gardner,
Thank
and
you,
hear
sir.
you. More important, I saw you earlier. I appreciate your time today. This is a appearance for licensure. I appreciate your time. Hey, right off the bat, Dr. Alsgar, what's your plan if you get a license here in Arkansas? What would it be to use your license for?
Actually, I have a friend that work in the, in Arkansas, and I'm planning to join him as a partner. He spoke to his administration unofficially, and they advised for me to get a license first, and then we can talk.
So that would be general surgery, transplant surgery. What would that be?
It will be general surgery and hepatobiliary.
General surgery and what?
Hepatobiliary. HP.
Hepatobiliary. Okay, yeah, gotcha. And so it looked like you got done with training in early 22, right? And then took your first job in September of 22, correct?
Correct, sir.
And then there were some issues at Iowa Methodist. Can you fill that out a little bit about what was going on there 2 months into practice?
Sure, yeah. So after I joined the practice, I joined as a transplant and HP surgeon. Things were going fine in the beginning, but then I had a case. I scheduled a bilateral nephrectomy for a polycystic kidney disease. After I took the patient to the OR, I started and I did the left kidney. I took it out. Then during the mobilization and work on the right kidney, the patient started dropping his pressure. Long story short, the patient basically lost his vital signs and decoded, and there was a mortality in the OR. Then after that, the hospital did an investigation. On the part of this investigation, they had to do temporary suspension of my privileges. So while the investigation was going, my group called for a meeting and they met with me even before like 1 month from the event. They told me basically you're terminated. It's like, why the termination? It was like, oh, you can't. There is a concern, between quotations about your management during for this case, despite the fact that the investigation never had the investigation resulted. So I left the job after that. Yeah.
Yeah. And then where have you practiced since then?
So after that, I am like I joined this practice. I'm not sure if you're aware with the visa situation. I'm originally from Jordan, so I am on visa. So I couldn't just move to another job because I have certain requirements to fulfill for the visa. So I looked briefly for a job. I didn't get the job that I wanted. So then I moved back to Jordan. I had like some exams to do. I did my exams, and I'm working now and getting my license here in Jordan to practice. Yeah.
Okay. And have you practiced medicine since November of 22? Surgeries, anything like that?
I have, but like without in Jordan, it's a little different. So you can work without having privileges. It's a little different, like in a hospital. So I've been going here and there in cases here in Jordan.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. What are the questions everybody else kind of like to ask? I think my concerns is just it's tough because you're a new licensee and it's hard, and you go out and practice and you have a real event, and then you kind of get in limbo a little bit. So it's hard for me to tell.
So the visa issue, the J1 visa issue, how do we get around that?
Explain that, Brian. Hit your mic.
Yes. So for J1 waiver, you either go back to your, so there is two options basically. You either start a job in underserved area, or you have the option to go back to your country for 2 years. And when you back, you have this waiver thing waived basically. In my situation, I will be like almost 2 years at the end of the year. Or if I was able to secure a job, you'll be able to transfer your waiver to another underserved area.
So would you need to have a hospital or someone sponsor your J1 prior?
Correct.
You would, wouldn't you need that before getting a license?
To me, we just regulate denial, revocation, suspension of a license, right, on those grounds. You know, that almost seems like a hospital issue.
Okay.
Because already I know that, you know, well, I have some guess that, you know, citizenship is not grounds for what we do, right? It's not grounds for denial, revocation, or suspension. He's done ACGME, so the only really grounds I saw here for our decision was, is there GN involved in this, or is there concern for that? But the J1 verification sounds like it would be an issue for, in this case, Common Spirit.
Gotcha.
Michael, you got any opinions or anything like that?
I agree with that assessment.
Yeah. Because I guess take it forward, if you give, what error we make if you give him a license? Is there, because you must be worried about an error.
Just so someone would have to sponsor the J1. It would not be that we gave a license and now he could just carte blanche, just go find anywhere in Arkansas, hang a shingle and say.
That would be up to the status of his immigration status, wouldn't it? I mean, I look at this as a free unencumbered license regardless of his immigration status. It's kind of how I look at it. And then the immigration status drives it. Dr. Beer?
Yeah, we do this routinely.
I figured, thanks for the
It's really
help.
a hospital setting.
Gotcha.
Yeah, for them to sponsor it.
Okay.
And it is a little bit strange. The license is independent of that. Okay.
And there is impetus on the hospital to get all the requirements of why we need this as an underserved location. Which they.
Oddly enough, North Little Rock is underserved. But
Oh, yeah, it's
But
good.
Little Rock is not. So, I mean, there's all these dividing lines.
Fort Smith is underserved.
This room in general is underserved. Okay.
You're gonna get me in trouble. My mouth is already bad enough. It says, anyone have any motions or questions for the licensee? I mean, I really think it's a stretch I just don't see grounds for refusal here.
I move we grant him a license.
Second. I got a motion, a second to grant, Dr. Alzgari a license. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. You have your license, sir.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Be careful getting here. It's a decent trip.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's a side question, but osteopaths require citizenship, from what I read? Okay.
You're free to go, Dr. Alzgari. You're good. We'll get in touch with you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Talk to you later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to have a citizenship medical license discussion. And love you.
I was trying to read that MPA.
You're gonna be reading for a minute. So next up is the 1050.
Hello, good morning.
Hey, good morning. I hear you, Dr. Beasley. There you are. You look great.
Thank
Hey, Dr. Beasley, Dr. Gardner, this is an appearance for licensure. Can you hear my big mouth okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, it's usually pretty easy with me. I'm an ear surgeon. I appreciate you being here today. The main reason you're here is because in our state, if there's multiple failures, certain number of failures regarding a licensure exam, we have to get a waiver. I will start off by a question though. So, hospitalist at Cleveland Clinic
Yes,
in Florida?
Florida, yes.
Yeah, so I mean, the only judgment question I have is, and I'm from here, and I love my state, but I am surprised to see someone leave the Cleveland Clinic in Florida. We're happy to have you if you get a license. So not a lot of beaches here. I mean, we got the river.
Right.
So, can you give us, and the way our legal structure works is, can you give us some explanation why we had some problems with Comlex 2?
The reality is I had a lot of test anxiety, and once you fail one, it just heightens your anxiety for the next one. And so you overthink and overthink and overthink. And I end up taking a course to help you like with test skills. Most of the people in the course, the Wolf Pack, they had already taken the Comlex or the USMLE, and some of them were physicians. So they help you with like the material and, you know, test taking, but then they all said like, well, you know, the information, it's just, you have to get out of your head. And after that, I passed because, you know, I guess they gave me a little more confidence, you know.
And you've practiced now for 6 years?
Yeah.
Yeah. So does anybody have any questions or concerns about this? No? Anybody have any motions they'd like to make? Or-
Grant the license.
I got a motion and a second to grant her a license and grant her a waiver. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. You have your license.
Perfect. So will they email me? What's the next steps?
It'll be issued by tomorrow, and you should have something via email on that.
Okay, perfect.
Thanks for your time. We appreciate it.
All right, thank you guys. Have a good
Yes,
day.
ma'am. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey, Dr. Weedman, come on up. I get caught up, Dr. Weedman, I promise. Someone emailed me all these things last night. Hey, Dr. Weedman, it's Ward again, Dr. Carter. I appreciate you following up with us today. Obviously, today is set up as a show cause hearing, but we're going to start by talking a little bit and kind of establishing some baselines. It looks like, you know, we talked met with the board in October, pain management committee in November, pain management committee in March, and then us again in April. And so then now we've kind of got the PDMP data through March of 31st, which we didn't have last time. Kind of what's your impression of the PDMP data when you look at your PDMP data? Like in terms of where we started and where we talked about getting and things like that.
Well, I think it's improved. So
I'd agree, Dr. Weedman, it did.
That's what I wanted, and I want to continue
Right.
to improve it.
Do you think you can get it to 50, Dr. Weedman? On the MMEs, on the average MMEs?
I think I could get.
Do you think you can get your patients, you know, the average to 50?
I don't think I said that. I don't think so. If I did.
Yes, sir. That was the conversation we had in October.
Oh, okay, okay.
Well, excuse me, Dr. Weedman, it was a 30% reduction.
Yes.
And your number at that time was in the mid 80s.
Yeah.
And so that would get you 60.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I think I can do that, but like I explained to you at one time, and I was sort of, just get over it, that I was concerned about the patient having problems with withdrawal.
Absolutely.
Quickly.
Yeah, I totally remember us talking about that.
Yeah, and there was somebody said, well, if you don't do it, they're not gonna have a doctor to treat them, implying that I'm not gonna be able to continue practicing. So I tried to accelerate it, and I'm going to continue. That is my goal.
Uh-huh.
And I think over the past month or 6 weeks, I have improved a lot.
You
And-
actually improved some in March, a little bit in February. Hey, Dr. Weedman, I just talked to the doctor. Why did your number go up so high in December? And I know I'm looking at data and you're practicing, but you know, I will be just doctor to doctor.
I think it was because of some problems with the med. 90 is the cutoff for.
Yeah, it's the big cutoff,
Okay,
yes, sir.
that's the-
Yeah.
And you said last time I had a bunch of 90s. Well, the reason I had a bunch of 90s because there was problems in getting the medicine, and I went back to using a lot of oxycodone.
Yeah,
And so
yeah.
if you use 6 oxycodone, that's 90, and that's where it was striking all the time. So
Right.
in that respect, looking at what I was doing, I tried to cut back on that.
Yes, sir.
That was what I had tried to do. And I think over the past month or so, I have improved that a lot.
Yeah.
As far as that particular aspect. of it.
Yeah, I think the other reason you score high for us, because you were in the number 2 position on kind of the state matrix, just to let you know, number 2 and number 3 highest in the scoring system. Some of it also is the use of like Dilaudid, hydromorphone, that kind of stuff. How much of that are you right?
Oh, not a lot, but I do write it.
Right, because I will tell you that'll scoot you up the list that you don't want to be on.
Yeah.
And it doesn't
Well, I
really
try-
translate into
I
PDNP
try
other
to
than the
use it,
MME.
In doses that are equal to the morphine milligram equivalent.
Yes, sir.
Of other medicine. And so I use it, and I probably use it more because of the problem that we've had in getting the medicine.
Yeah, hydrocodone in particular, you're talking about Dr.
Right,
Weidman.
hydrocodone and oxycodone too.
I'm surprised the second one's been a problem. First one's been a problem for all of us.
Right,
Yeah.
but yeah, so these are the things that, everything were equal, I would not use Dilaudid as much, but again, they had Dilaudid available, and I tried to use it in equal ME doses as the ones before.
So you see, so when you talk about it that way, I mean, you look at it and say, well, so if you go equivalent, is there an MME number you think about, or are you just like, Ward, I've got to give them a dose that controls their pain? How do you look at it, patient by patient?
Well, again, I certainly don't want to go to 90. And
Yeah,
I try to go between 5 and 6 at the most. But again, it all depends.
I don't know. Because there's a lot of opinion, once you get over a certain level, Dr. Weidman, it's more you're treating addiction more than you are really pain, right?
Well, I know that is a problem. But
Yeah.
when you have a patient that has serious problems underlying it, I have to listen to the patient. But I understand what you're saying. And
Yeah.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, I mean, we've got your neurocog test, and I appreciate you doing that. I mean, your IQ is great, we saw that, and memory's a little bit of an issue there. And then, so really this board, in my opinion, kind of set out 5 markers, and that was in October. We wanted it kind of in 6 months, but because of PDNP reporting guidelines, we couldn't get it done. And so it was a 30% reduction in MMEs. It was no stimulants, which in my review, you appeared to have achieved, right? And there wasn't a ton of that there to begin with. And then no triple therapies, we hit that one. You did the board approved record keeping course, and you took the neurocognitive exam, got one, which was extensive, and then were nice to give it to us. And Dr. Diner, what were you going to say?
I just didn't know if you wanted me to comment on it.
Oh, sure, if you'd love to. I mean, yeah.
We haven't spoken particularly about this, we helped you.
That set up.
Oh, yes, sir.
With Dr. Fowler. And I don't know if the board's looked at this and.
Yes, sir.
And,
We got it. In the blue
it's
folder.
it's not insignificant, these deficits. They're not clear of any particular diagnosis, but there are pretty substantial deficits in your memory. And more visual memory than auditory memory, but as low as 1 to 5, 1 to 1st to 5th percentile in terms of your memory deficits. And so there is a mild neurocognitive disorder.
May I ask you a question? The problem that I had with that test was I was given a picture that was just lying. And then
That's the
Then they
street.
said, do it from memory. Well, I could barely do it just from trying to follow the lines because they were so
Well,
complicated.
again,
So-
I don't want to
No,
necessarily
well,
talk
I'm
about.
just wondering if is that where it's coming from?
Well, that's one part of it. That's the Stroop test. But what I would say is that, you know, it's hard to correlate these findings with necessarily competency to practice, but it does outline areas that have been concerned, and you would want to know
Sure,
those areas where
absolutely.
you have problems. And I think it's important, if you continue to practice, that you have this battery of tests again in a year, because if it's a progressive condition such as Alzheimer's dementia, you want to know that.
Oh, yeah.
But you do, you know, you have some vascular problems, so a vascular dementia would make more sense, and that could be stable forever. But at least for right now, there are deficits that could interfere with the practice. And I'll point out that you've also developed some compensatory strategies which are helpful, and maybe adequately enough, but it's important for you to know what these are as well as the board. And the
Let me
other
ask
thing
you-
that I would
you mind if
mention.
I ask you another question?
Yeah, let me just, go ahead.
What, you said I had vascular problems. You mean, you're talking about the atrial fibrillation?
Yeah, I mean, just
And
what.
the high blood pressure?
What, yeah, the
Okay.
high blood pressure in particular, you can cause some small strokes. So the other theory I thought was interesting was that there are what we call perseverative errors in your executive functioning. So it's hard for you, compared to maybe others, to shift sets. Your cognitive flexibility is slow. And when you're having some trouble changing someone's medication regimen, for instance, it's hard for you to do that, at least as can be correlated by this testing. So I think it's important for you to keep that in mind as well, and the board in mind, in terms of what your expectations would be for him, that there needs to be pretty concrete, specific, and I would say visual reminders for you, written visual reminders, because your visual memory is much better than your auditory memory.
Okay.
Dr. Donner, do you feel this neurocog report is favorable?
Well, that's a ambiguous term. It'd be really hard for me to answer that. It's not good. It's not a good report. It doesn't mean that you are incapable of practicing medicine.
Correct.
It's just because every specialty has different demands, and every practice, even within specialties, have different demands. And so a lot of times, you know, we want to track this over time. We want you to and I know you would want to do that. You don't want to be a danger to your own patients.
Right.
So I think it's something that you just have to be aware of, continue to use assistance and help in your practice and in doing what you do.
A lot of this to me is sort of vague, because I know you mentioned that I sometimes have problems in changing medicine, and I would agree with you. Sometimes I really think about it a lot, and think about what's going to happen to the patient, what's going to happen in the future.
Well, it's not so much changing medicine. I'm just applying it to that
Okay,
situation.
okay.
It's cognitive flexibility. It's thinking outside the box. It's developing a new plan. It's going in another direction. And I'm I only point that out because that's the kind of way that you correlate these sort of findings with your specific demands of your practice. And again, I would not dare sit up here and say, because of this, you can't practice medicine. That's just not, I'm not the one to make that decision. I just want to point out where those deficits were.
Thank you. Let me ask you one other question. Who do I go to get that sort of,
Well, we've made there's some recommendations in here specifically.
I have not seen them.
Yeah, and Dr. Fowler made some specific recommendations about the kind of therapy that you can have that improves those areas.
Okay, well, I'll have to look at that full report.
We
and
can
look
certainly
at it.
share that.
I sure appreciate it.
I mean, the way I see it is kind of, Dr. Weedman, is, for the board is you can do a show cause now. or you can grant some more time. I think if this board wanted to do more time, because we're from 90s to 75, last one, and he may have made even more effort since March, because the last data you've got is March 31st. If you did more time, we might consider, a formal consent, looking at charts again, getting an expert again. That way, if we were to have to do something, you'd have new data. Because some of my concern is that the data's changed a little bit. You can certainly still execute a show cause based on what you got.
I don't favor more time. We've been looking at this since February of 2023. I didn't read a neurocog that was, we had a show cause previously, and we
Right.
granted a delay in that because we felt like maybe he needed legal counsel or something. And I'm still not saying anything that has improved my opinion since we started this. And there are significant concerns.
John, where you at?
I mean, it might be good for Dr. Weedman, we go ahead and have a show cause and get somewhere, But would that be off the old data?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think so, Michael, correct?
Yeah, that's all we've got.
Right.
When would we have new data?
Well, that's to me, so, and it's kind of Michael's call, but to me, you'd have to expert charts, see what you've got.
Mhm.
If you had to do new data.
He's talking about the PDMP, we have that.
Yeah, when we have new PDMP data, July 20th roughly.
July,
So-
2 months.
July 20th would include through June 31st.
So
So August meeting, you would have new PDMP data.
License expires in August.
I mean, I would probably lean towards August, but I know it's another 2 months, but I could certainly go either way.
If we delay the show cause any longer, I would suggest a suspension. Because I just don't feel strong that this should be able to continue. We're now a year and a half in this process with this. And we could do a show cause and I could make all my comments very brief.
Farrell, where are you on this?
There are concerning things with the neurocognitive exam. I think you should have a neurologic evaluation to make sure there's no other physical or other type of things affecting him at this point in time, and probably establish care with a primary care physician. And then look at the PDMP in July, and then, I would recommend just tabling the show cause until August. I know it's still kicking the can down the road a little bit, but I think trying to give him all the different recommendations to see what they are, and give him time to look at his practice and think about it, and kind of go, that's what I think.
Brian, do you want to make a motion and go and just vote it? Like what you're talking about? I guess there's not really a motion. We're here for a
Can
show
I-
cause.
Can I ask a
Right.
question?
Yeah.
Dr. Weedman, you've practiced medicine for 60 years. It looks like you had a license issued to you August 60 years ago. Is your intention to continue to work? I know that you, by reading some of this, you enjoy your work and it's your, it's your passion, but is it your will to continue to work and practice medicine, or would it be something to, when your license expires in August, that you retire?
I want to work. I enjoy work. I love my patients. I want to do the best for them. So yes, I would continue. Now, whether I'm going to continue for another year or 2, I'm not certain, but yes, I love my work and I want to continue. It's not indefinite though. I don't in any way expect to just practice until I drop. I want to practice until, in my estimation, that I am looking at the patient with a critical eye about what is best for the patient. Now, the problem that I have I think the best for the patient sometimes is somewhat in conflict. In the past, I have tried to change the way I deal with that. And I think that apparently the test sort of indicated that I have trouble sort of transitioning to a different way of prescribing. So right now, to answer your question explicitly, yes, I want to continue to practice. But I realize at this point that I really need to take a look at everything I'm doing to modify it to ensure that I'm not hurting the patient. But again, I want to emphasize that my primary patient is that patient that's right across from me, talking to me, listening to his story, looking at what's happening in his life, and then dealing with that. That's the way that I practice medicine, and I always have. I don't do it by numbers, but I have started to modify it because I realize that my practice is in jeopardy if I don't pay close attention to MMEs. The only MME that I really closely looked at was the 90, and I've changed that. So that's and if that doesn't meet with the board's consent, then that's the board's decision.
I mean,
But
I appreciate
I have to realize I have to do that, but I want you to realize that I am going to modify it to accomplish those goals.
I appreciate hearing that, and I don't feel you to be a bad provider. You know, you sound like you care for your patients. My concern is whether or not you're being taken advantage of, this care that you have, because this has been pointed out, and this has been pointed out more than once. And so when pain management meets with you again and they say, hey, we've got concerns, we don't see where you've done anything. And that's been a number of months.
Right, that was March. That was, the problem is the PD&P data lag, they only had 2 months.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct. And so,
But they had 2 months and it went up. No.
went the wrong direction.
Right.
So, you know, we've delayed the show calls. He's here for show calls, so we don't need a motion on that. I
No,
guess we
you
would need
don't.
a motion to delay show calls.
Right. If no one wants to make that, we have a show call.
And I'm not making that
Yeah,
motion.
right. Does anybody want to delay show calls?
You know, I really want, Dr. Weidman, for you to seriously think about before, if we decide to go into a show cause, because we could suspend your license and you would stop working today. And, you know, I would personally, and I'm just one vote, be okay kicking it to August to give you a chance to think about retirement or another option. But I'm just one person.
So Elizabeth, that's basically saying, would you consider not doing pain medicine as a consent after August?
I mean, my opinion is I think he needs to go home and speak with his wife and his family and make the best choice so that he can retire and enjoy. I mean, I read about your cognitive ability and you love your church and you love your community. And I think that, in my personal opinion, retirement and being engaged in those would suit you better than us going into a show cause or suspending your license, and then you have to go to a hearing. And then next thing you know, you're on the front page of the newspaper. And, you know, when you've practiced medicine for so long, if you were my dad or granddad, that's what I would want. But I'm not your family, but I would hope that you would go. And so I will make a motion to kick it to August in hopes that he would have that opportunity to speak with his family and his church. And then come August, it's a show cause, and it possibly we will suspend your license. You will be forced not to practice.
And Dr. Anderson, I was gonna ask, would you also consider flagging his renewal?
Oh, absolutely, flagging the renewal.
So that it cannot occur
Yes, so
before
it
he
can't
comes?
occur. So that's my motion.
That's in August, right?
Yes, that would be the August meeting. And if you decide that you want to retire, you can just send a letter and say that you're resigning. You know, you're,
I'm gonna let my license retire.
I'm gonna let my license retire. And then you wouldn't even have to come. But if you come in August, I would be prepared for a suspension or a show cause or some punitive damages because of all this information. And we have given you, like Dr. McGee said, a year and a half. And so, and I think by August, that gives you time to celebrate retirement and see your patients one more time. But that's what I would do if you were my dad or granddad.
Let me ask you one question about that. The problem that I have in giving up a license is being able to get medicine for mission trips when I go frequently. And I can, you know, I don't get narcotics or anything. I just get regular medicine. And so when I go on a mission trip, I have to have all kinds of medicine. Again, I do not prescribe any type of pain medicine except Tylenol or ibuprofen. And that would be my question.
You can structure a consent that way.
We can
Yeah,
do that.
We can structure a consent that way that you just
consent.
don't do schedules.
Okay, well, that's
And we-
fine.
Well, but that's gonna be, that would be
Sure.
you or legal representation with, our legal representation with the advice of the voting board members, but,
Sure.
but
That would
that's doable, Dr. Weedman, I think. I
fine
mean, what
with
does
me.
everybody else think? And then, I mean, would you consider agreeing to that today as a consent, that by X time I'm not gonna do any controls and?
Yep, And by August, I'll just stop the pain management, stop it, prescribing any, control medicine.
Okay.
But I will continue to have the ability to prescribe other medicines.
Yes, sir,
especially
you would.
For mission trips.
What does everybody think about that?
60 years is an incredibly long time,
I think that's a very good idea.
and we thank you for that.
Served his country.
So I want to second her motion.
This would be that by August 1st, by our next board meeting, he would be writing no control meds. This, now, in the past, those consents have been structured sometimes to allow for short-term acute use. Sometimes they have not. And so that's one consideration in how you draw this up. It would be to write no scheduled meds after August 1st. Yes, sir, we are. Okay, or at least, yeah, okay. Or a repeat at least, to have two data points, I think. What would, Brad, would you rather have two repeated, annual? How do you look at that?
Just once a year, I mean, I think at least
Okay, annual.
one time next year, it needs to be redone, to see if there's a progression. I would say.
Now, you are a neurosurgeon.
Controls after August 1st. An annual, one annual evaluation with a return to the board after that evaluation.
Okay.
Do you want to add in the recommendations on that report too? Or not?
Oh,
You know,
Yeah,
there
to
was
see a
like 4 or 5
neurologist.
recommendations
What were the other recommendations you talking about, Dr. Clark? There's a neurology referral.
and a place to get some, yeah, it gave some people's name to get some help with the neuropsych.
Well, we could do contact the foundation and wrap in that, couldn't we,
Yeah.
Dr. Donner? Could we do it that?
That's only if he chose to do that.
Oh, okay.
I think, but definitely the neurologic evaluation
Okay.
see if there's any reversible things.
Because they would be a neurocognitive exam in a year from this one, reportable to the board. It would be a consent to not write any controls after August 1st. And then a neurology appointment. Does the board want some verification of that neurology appointment?
Okay.
Yes, sir,
Like
Dr.
you
Weedman.
said, I go to Dr. Diner for that, or?
Not a neurology appointment really
Copy
per
him
se. I mean, Dr. Donner, how do you see that?
We can talk to him after this.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
About those recommendations.
So where's everybody on that?
Y'all said y'all wanted him to return again after August.
Yes, sir, with that. Well, or do you want the report or do you want to see him, Brad?
I'd like that. I think, discussing and seeing somebody is very valuable.
Okay.
I would like to see the test and the results and then see him back after.
Sounds good. Okay. So that would just, after you get the test a year from now, Dr. Weedman, just come see us. Yeah. Okay. So that's you good?
No, I said that would be very.
So we have a proposed consent agreement with Dr. Weedman that it would be no controls after August 1st. It would be neurology evaluation at the direction of the foundation, and it would be a return in 1 year with a new neurocognitive exam, a board requested appearance. Does that make sense, Julie? Okay.
And that-
Okay, is that a?
And that piggybacks on hers moving this to August.
Yep. Okay, so we have that motion. We have a second for that? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? You're welcome to. Yes, ma'am, that'll be part of what Dr. Dyer's gonna help him with. Yeah, absolutely. Feel free, Brian. And so, okay. So we have, that looked like one, no vote, the rest were yes votes. So the motion carries. Do we still want to have a show cause in August? Was that part of your motion?
This is replacement.
If he signs the consent.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, is everybody, so what's, that was. Okay, that's unanimous. Okay, so we don't need to vote on that. Okay. All right, we got a motion and a second for that. All in favor of that addition?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Dr. Weedman, make sure that you have an attorney that reads that, that consent agreement that our attorney's gonna send so that you understand it.
Okay.
So that way in 2 months or 4 months, you don't miss something that's in that consent agreement.
Okay. I sure will. Yeah.
Okay. I wouldn't say thank you either, Dr. Weedman. I understand. You're good to go.
I
No,
want to thank, no, I want to thank you.
Why? It's been so hard on you. It's been hard on us.
Well, this has relieved a lot of my concern.
Okay,
Because I
good.
was really concerned about not being able to get any medicine.
Okay.
I'm not concerned that I can't practice. Can't
On the pain
give
side,
any,
you're not as concerned. Okay.
narcotics.
I wish you told me
That's
that in
the least of
October.
my-
I wish you told me that in October.
But I,
Okay.
my concern is, I want to continue to practice,
Okay,
but not as a pain doctor.
Okay.
And not as a prescriber
Okay.
of,
that's great,
opioids,
Dr. Weedman.
okay?
I think that hits a lot of targets around here.
Just so you know, August 1st is line in the sand for control.
And we'll check.
I'll get them all prescribed.
Okay.
Thank you. Let me
Thanks.
say something.
Yes, sir.
and
Go right ahead.
this
Whatever you want
is
to say.
not- This is not in any way a criticism for anybody here or any.
It can be, it's fine.
No, I don't, I know what would it be considered. What I want to do is to help y'all understand that it's hard to come before this board because things are done just seemingly without any concern for what the result is going to be. for the individual that's here. And again, this is your job. It's not my job. You have to make those decisions. I don't. You have to do it in a way that suits your committee. But here's the problem that I was told I had to get a medical records course, which was fine. I didn't mind doing it. I was not explained the reason that I had to do it. What was it that you saw that I should get from that course? So I went through it and I looked at it and did the best I could, and I enjoyed it. It was fine. I paid a lot of money. And I scratched my head. Well, that's just the way doctors do. So, they said you have to have a neurocognitive. That's fine, no problem.
It wasn't they, it was us. I still love you. It's fine though.
And I went to have it. Dr. Fowler is great. I wouldn't mind seeing her to help me get through with this. I mean, she is a person that I could understand what she was getting at. So I was very, very pleased. But it cost me a lot of money. So I scratched my head and I said, maybe I could have this done a little bit, but I didn't know what y'all really wanted out of that other than her report. Because I wanted to get something from it. I wanted to have some understanding of, hey, this is important for me as a doctor, as a person, as a individual. But it just seemed to me like all of those, well, check this box and it wasn't too good. Check this box, oh, it was even worse. And I scratched my head. I paid a lot of money to hear that sort of thing. I wanted to know what you wanted from those things for me to try to get more out of them. And I could come away saying, yeah, the board wanted these things to occur, and I accomplished some of those. Because that's what I want. I want to be a good doctor. I want to be a good person that would relate to the patient, that what they needed, but I also, y'all have a lot more knowledge than I could ever have. So, you know,
I've
all
seen your
about-
IQ scores. They're not bad.
But again, y'all have more experience, y'all have more understanding, and y'all could just do a whole lot for me if I had known what I was there for, other than just to check a box that it was done. But y'all wanted me to see, okay, y'all saw some deficits in what y'all were given, and the deficits need to be addressed and need to be corrected. And that would have helped a lot. That would help. This discussion has helped me a lot to understand where you're coming from, but especially those things that you pointed out. And I want to correct those. I truly do. But again, this is really not a complaint. It's something that I observed in my own practice. And it brought back a memory. Back when I first heard that I had a colleague say, "You're toast." I said, "What are you talking about, toast?" He said, "You're going up before the medical board training." I said, "That's fine, I welcome." He said, you're going to have your life. I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Just wait and see." I said, "I don't think so. I think I can work with it." And I know I can, because I have worked with y'all. But here's what my point was, is that there's a whole concept of things out there. The doctors just They don't understand. They really don't. And again, you have to do the work. You have to look at the individual. And it's your responsibility. And I understand that completely. And this is not a criticism. It's just something that I observed that I really think that would be good for y'all just to talk about it. If when you report, so you go to medical records, what have I done that y'all want me to get out of this? Or I have a neurocognitive, and you already pointed out that I have some deficits. I'm older than anybody here, and I know that I have some problems, and I've acknowledged that I have some problems with my memory. I didn't think that it would help affect my practice, but right now I understand sometimes that you don't realize it, and one of the biggest things is that thing about changing.
Mm-hmm.
And I can look back at it and I can say, yeah, I've really had a lot of problems in doing it. And I appreciate the fact that now I can understand it. It's a cognitive change that I have to go through. I have to do that. So again, the things that I went through with this has helped a lot. But that is the thing that I think you could explain to the individual. A cognitive is going to point out areas which you can change immediately, and we want to help you. But I think they go into, I can't do this or that, and well, I just,
Dr. Weidman, I'd suggest that you take a look at those recommendations that came
Oh,
from
yes,
Dr.
I have
Fowler's.
not gotten to the report.
And
I
that,
will.
well, and that's really important because you
Yes.
have respect for Fowler. And I think that's going to help you understand
Right.
some of why you went through what you did. And I think Dr. Donner can help you
Good.
with that.
I understand that.
So-
I was looking for it.
Yeah, it's good.
But I understand, I appreciate what he said a lot. But I hadn't heard anything like that. To change that, the test actually showed I had some problems in changing my mind about different things. I could talk to my wife and probably understand that anyway. So I need to pay more attention to my wife, really, is what I come on.
You're not the only one.
But I just wanted to say that because I think that the board does a good job with that exception. Just try to explain to the person, this is something that we hope that you can get out of this, is that it can help you adjust the way that you practice that is going to be beneficial to the patient.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it, Dr. Weidman.
Thank you very much.
Back to Miller County.
Okay.
Yes, sir. All right, next up is our 11:30 appearance. And then his mentor is going to be virtual, correct? Okay. What's that? Oh, Dr. Parham, come on up. Hey, Dr. Parham, it's a appearance for update, as you know. That's kind of the board keeping an eye on how things are going. Looked like we approved you to kind of move forward with things in October. Did you get to 200 on the CME? We got all that done?
I'm not sure there yet. Probably 170 thereabouts.
Okay, my calculation may be wrong, but I had like 200 on
Yeah, I know I sent a whole bunch of stuff in and they said, don't worry about it anymore. We're handling it another way. So I have to admit that, well, it's for one thing, it's difficult to find CME related to my practice. So I do the best I can with that. And fortunately, we have a society that allows virtual learning and
Yeah, a lot of
try-
times the easiest way is just one of the big meetings and chipping
Yeah.
in and watching videos and stuff like that. I mean, I know you practice
Right.
pathology for a few
Right,
weeks.
I read, and the problem is, again, that finding specific information that I need is difficult.
Gotcha.
But I'm close.
Well, but sometimes it would be business of medicine. There's all sorts of things you might impact, you know, I mean, boundary issues, all sorts of things outside of pathology you could look
Right.
at as well that you would deal with on a day-to-day basis and impact all of us. You
Well,
know, you could do AI in medicine and how it's going to take over pathology.
That's an interesting topic.
That's what
Yes,
I do. You got there's your next 20
I
hours.
certainly, the problem is you read about these things and you keep up, but having those specific hours
Right.
is another thing entirely, because that's a financial burden.
Sure.
And I've been unable to do that up to this point through the university because they say I have to be a professor before I can.
Oh, in terms of them paying for it.
Oh, no, in terms of receiving CME.
From what goes on at Children's.
At Children's
Gotcha.
or at the university. And I
yeah.
started that process.
Gotcha. And so
I
where,
did start that process.
so where are
after
you
I
in
got
the
my
whole
appointment.
reentry plan kind of thing? Is Dr. Boynton? Hey, Dr. Boynton,
I am.
there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you
so
hear me?
what's yeah, we can hear you great, Dr. Boynton. So where do we
Perfect.
stand here with Dr. Parham in terms of a reentry plan and everything at Children's?
Sure, absolutely. So I apologize for not having video. I'm in Reno, Nevada on vacation.
Hey, I appreciate you
So
jumping in.
absolutely, it's worth it. It's nice
I
meeting
agree.
the board members. So Arkansas Children's, I worked with them to create a reentry to medical practice plan that is in the Arkansas Children's bylaws. I can't remember the exact dates, so pardon me, I don't have access to my computer, but Dr. Parham worked for 1 week in May. I believe it was the midweek of May, maybe the third week of May. It was a Tuesday through Friday and then the following Monday. So that was 5 working days. And that was the reentry to medical practice plan said that all cases within a 30-day period must have 100% peer review. I am not boarded in pediatric pathology, but 2 of my faculty members are. Dr. Candy Stallings Archer. She was his mentor for that 1 week period. He signed out, I believe, 53 cases. I only have to log 50 for Arkansas Children, so we did log those. And I believe of those 50, 44 were perfect and 6 were what we would have deemed satisfactory, which means there might have been a minor typographical issue, or for pathology, like if we're doing GI biopsies, Dr. Parham may have said 2 to 5 eosinophils per high power field instead of 3 to 6. I mean, they're extremely minor discrepancies that have no clinical relevance. So that's why only 6 of his 50 required or minimum required cases were satisfactory. The other 44 were exceptional. So with that, I did meet with Dr. Stallings Archer. We reviewed everything. I signed off on his paperwork, submitted that to the Medical Executive Committee of Arkansas Children's Hospital. I believe they meet this week or next week. Once they meet, they will go over that reentry to medical practice plan. And if they approve it, then he will move from temporary to full privileges. And then once I get that notification, he will be treated like any other provider. He'll undergo the focus professional practice evaluation, which would have to be completed within 90 days. And that will probably not take Dr. Parham more than a day or two. That the FPPE process is very streamlined and shouldn't take more than a day or two for him to complete. And then from there on, it would just be every year we would do the ongoing professional practice evaluation or the OPPE on an annual basis. So I think everything's moving forward just fine. I don't see any concerns or anything of that nature.
Okay. And so as far as you're concerned, you feel like he's you feel like he's done with his reentry plan, or do you think we need to go to the end of the FPPE on his reentry plan?
Well, I don't know what your reentry plan looks like, but as far as Children's goes, I've signed off on it. I'm just waiting for the Med Exec Committee to approve it, and then he would be just treated like any other new hire. Yeah, once he's passed his reentry, he's treated just like anybody else would at Arkansas Children's that wasn't coming out of retirement. So I think essentially he's done. We're just waiting for their final approval and sign off.
So it sounds like if you can just verify the 200 CMEs, I mean,
As long as the board's okay with that.
His advocacy is even showing up on vacation, so.
Yeah, I know. And so that would be, a motion that once he submits his CME, we'll consider his
Motion to
reentry plan
approve as soon
complete.
as we confirm the 200 CMEs.
Yeah.
We got a motion and a
And I
second to
could,
do that. Yeah,
I'm
go for it.
sorry,
Dr.
I
Barnes.
interrupted.
Oh, you're fine. You
I'm
can't
sorry,
say
I
it's-
interrupted you. I apologize. You guys were going for a vote. My sincere apologies. I was just saying I can also work with Dr. Parham when I get back from vacation to identify some additional CMEs. Children's probably has 3 to 5 a week that you can attend that have to do with other things in pediatric healthcare that are not specific to pathology per se, but I think they're still important. Opioid addiction, other things that I think we all still need to be cognizant of. So I think we could help him get the additional 20, 25 CMEs within a month with no problem. I don't see any boundaries or any major hurdles there.
You're awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty
Okay.
awesome.
And so you're just gonna need to show us that. And so once we get that, he's done with his reentry plan, correct? Okay, so that's the motion.
Yeah, so motion to approve. And what'll happen is, I guess it'll come to the executive committee once you all see it. And you just- Gotcha.
1, 2, 3, done. Okay, that's a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Thanks, Dr. Barham.
What else
Good to
going
see you
on in
again.
Reno?
What's that?
What are you doing in Reno that's fun?
Okay, great question. So my
Pathologist.
wife
It's gonna
is
be
a
unique.
very active knitter and crocheting individual. And there's a national yarn convention. It's called Jimmy Bean's Wool. So she wanted to go to this thing. And then at the last minute, she's like, I'm scared of flying. So I just spent
Oh.
30 hours driving her up here. So I'm like, I'm finally trying to recuperate today and get a little rest. So it's great. I went to the golf course this morning to try to get around in, and it was they had a ladies tournament. So they're like, nope, you can just hit the driving range. So I did that and then came back and got on this call. So
This is outstanding.
Wow, that's
it's beautiful
horrible.
here. No,
You
the
drove
trip
to
was
Reno and back?
Drove
absolutely
to Reno?
And back. He still got.
yeah. If you guys ever get a chance to do it, we went out I-40 and then around Arizona, we went up to Tuba City. We did the east entrance to the Grand Canyon. We did Petrified Forest. And then drove up through Nevada. And I mean, the scenery is just breathtaking.
Nice. Well,
But I'm
Well, have
tired
some
of
fun.
driving.
We appreciate the help a bunch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Uh,
Is there anything I need to do to follow up with the medical
No,
board?
we're just gonna need that CME sent to us once you get it complete. I'm pretty sure it needs to get to 200. We'll double check that. I'm
That's
a
correct.
ear doctor. I could be wrong. And so but that sounds good. And we're done here. Go back to fun and you go back to whatever you're gonna do, Dr. Parham. You're free to go.
If anybody wants me to address those discrepancies, I'm happy to right now.
We're not.
Dr. Parham, we can't keep up with you on that.
we're not worried
So
about
unless
that.
you just
Okay.
wanna have fun and make us look bad.
No, I don't want to. That's the
I
last.
couldn't
thing wanna
identify any
do is
eosinophil on the slide anymore, Dr. Parham, so.
that. Yeah, no. I agree with my predecessor here that this is you guys have this job and you're doing a great job at it. So thank you.
Sure, I appreciate it, Parham.
Thank you.
All
for
right.
what you
You
do.
guys have a good day. I'm going to log
You
off
too.
if that's
All
okay.
right, absolutely, Bob, you good?
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, next up is 1140, which is virtual. That is, no, it's not. That's not good. There's no part of that good. Hey, Dr. Adonis, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, no video, but we can hear you good. Oh, we got video now. Hey, Dr. Adonis Ward Gardner. I'm one of the members here of the board. This is Parents for Licensure.
Okay.
And I mean, you know why? I guess
Mm-hmm.
you know, and really it comes down to, I mean, Dr. Adonis, what was going on with that? I mean, was it just that you were trying to help somebody out? I mean, because we had
Yeah, I
the
was trying to be
assistance that
helpful.
escalated to the board. What happened?
Yes, I was trying to be helpful, but I guess so. I was just fresh out of residency, and I know at that time that we had like social work, so we always had like different resources that we can refer people to. But I was in a location where I didn't have that support, and me being new at a job, I didn't kind of know the avenues to kind of get there and her family the help that she needed. So I took it upon myself to help her out, but which was obviously the wrong thing to do. So it definitely was like a big learning experience, and Went through a boundaries course, which was also pretty helpful to kind of just learn about different things of different do's and don'ts of patient relationships. So that was actually pretty helpful, and I've learned from it along the way.
I'm just surprised that someone would ask for help and then realize that it could get you in trouble and then leverage that against you. That's one of the oddest things I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was a definitely eye-opening experience. It kind of definitely did shake my trust and with people, but I use it as kind of like a learning experience and the better like to distance myself from getting involved in like social situations like that. So I think it's probably the one thing that I'm happy that I learned it like early on in my career, and it wasn't something that happened like later on.
I mean, I'll be honest, Dr. Doss, just because I didn't know you till now, but I mean, there was nothing else going on here relationship wise, correct?
No.
Okay, because that just, I mean, it's going to cross my mind, but 10% ruin it for 90, and so that kind of thing. So I suppose you don't miss Fort Worth.
No, I mean, I did enjoy Dallas overall, but I think after I moved to St. Louis, and I've been very, very happy with my current job. So I've never, I haven't thought about going back, which is the reason why I just let my license kind of lapse, because I've been lucky. It's been like I think 5 years since that all happened. So I've been able to like carve out a new career, and even though it's something that's gonna follow me for the rest of my career, I'm happy to kind of put it in the background.
Yeah, I mean, you present yourself very well. Don't take it as more than what it is.
Oh no, I know how it looks like on face value. So I've
No,
been
but
asked.
but you
Yeah, I've been
manage it
asking
well
that
when
question
people
for a
ask you
while.
about it. I mean, in my opinion, what's your plan here in Arkansas with your
So
license?
definitely want to try to help out with the Children's Hospital, do some locum stuff, and it's at Little Rock. So I'm pretty excited because a lot of the stuff that they do is kind of what we do right now in Missouri and in Illinois. And I'm all willing to kind of keep my options open just in case.
Gotcha. Does anyone have any questions for Dr. Adonis, anything like that? Concerns or anything like that? Anyone make any motions or anything
I
like
could
that?
also use you in Springfield, and I'll move with Granny license.
So we got a motion and a second to grant you an Arkansas license.
Springdale, sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? You have your license.
Oh, thank you guys so much.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you. You guys have a good
Bye-bye.
day.
You too. Next up will be 11:50. And that is also virtual. Hey, Dr. Calixte, if I pronounced it correctly, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm Dr. Calixte.
Did I pronounce it right, Chris? It's Calixte?
Yes, it's
Okay.
Calix.
Calix, thanks, man. Arkansas ACT scores. You just never know about us. And so hey, I'm Ward Gardner with members of the board here, Dr. Gardner. This is an appearance for licensure. Appreciate you being here. What would be your plan with an Arkansas license?
Well, I've already contracted with a teleradiology company called Virtual Radiology. So I will be providing virtual radiology services in the state of Arkansas.
Yeah, gotcha. And so, Dr. Calixte, it looked like there were some issues in 2022, some boundary type stuff we would describe it as, and there's still some pending things to be decided with Pennsylvania. Can you go into what happened that got you kind of banned from the interventional radiology suite and the biopsy suite? What was going on there?
Yeah, so this is, I guess, two different issues. So one issue that I mentioned through virtual radiology is when in September of 2022, I was a third year resident at that time, and we do an ultrasound session, like a simulation session with a co-resident of mine, a technologist, and us three doing scans on each other, abdominal scans. And at this time I was the third year, so I did it my first and second year. So during my third year, we were in the simulation center, and I asked the technologist, or do we do echocardiograms, or do our ultrasound technologists do echocardiograms? Because I was interested in doing international work, and I wanted to, at least scan each other's hearts. And the technologist said, no, we don't do that. I said, okay. And then me and my co-resident scanned each other's abdomen. No issue at all. And then we left the ultrasound session. I hadn't heard about it in months. And apparently my co-resident, which is a woman that, we didn't really have any relationship or talk much at all. I guess she felt uncomfortable that I asked about the echocardiogram, and she apparently raised it to Title IX, and there was an investigation about me asking about the echocardiogram. But I guess in the same kind of window of time, probably not in September, maybe when I was on interventional radiology, it might have been June. Well, it had to have been July or August at that time. When I was on interventional radiology, this technologist in the biopsy suite, and these are two separate instances. This technologist in the biopsy suite said that I apparently touched her shoulder for 1 second, a brief of time, which I still to this day don't even remember. She didn't say anything to me. Nobody said anything to me for months. And then these two incidences were brought to my attention. I think it has to be now mid-November of 22, that there's two Title IX incidences that I wasn't aware of. So because it was raised to Title IX, their HR told me that I was placed on a leave of absence and they would investigate this. And I was on a leave of absence for a really long time, in my opinion. It was about a month that they asked me about, if I asked about the echocardiogram, or if I knew that an echocardiogram, wasn't a part of the training, which I didn't know. So I was actually shocked that they were asking me such minute questions and putting me on a leave of absence for that. And then the other incidents, they were asking me, did I touch this technologist's shoulder one time? And the surprising part, I didn't even know which technologist they were talking about, because I don't remember touching anybody's shoulder in passing. But it was apparently this technologist that I thought I had a friendship with. I was like, if you're talking about this woman, her name is Bianca, and I was like, if you're talking about her, I thought we were friendly. Like, I showed them texts back and forth where she was actually inviting me to things off campus, and I was like, no, I happened to deny just because I was busy at the time, but just showing them that there was never any animosity in this relationship. So I'm not even sure where this shoulder touch complaint is coming from, but it went up to the board, and then not to the board, to the HR, and I complied with all their questions. And somebody else actually complained to the Pennsylvania board, saying that I was placed on leave of absence for these incidences. And I asked HR who did it. Like, was it somebody in HR? Was it somebody in the department? To this day, nobody knows who rose it to the level of the Pennsylvania board. Even the lawyer of the hospital is very confused, because usually if something's brought up to the Pennsylvania board, it has something to do with patient care. But these incidences had nothing to do with patient care. They were, HR incidences that, if somebody complains in that realm, they do take it seriously. So, and I took it seriously. So I abided by their leave of absence. I answered all their questions honestly. But the Pennsylvania board then sent out an investigator to ask me about these same issues. This time that I asked about this echocardiogram, and if I touched this tech's shoulder one time, and I answered honestly. And they must have sent that investigator December 22 or early January of 2023. I answered the question, didn't hear anything back from the PA board ever since. And I didn't even know that the PA board still had this incidents open until I signed on to the virtual radiology company that I'm needing my license in Arkansas for. And they asked me, are there any investigations open with you from the board? And I messaged the lawyer that I had representing me, and then he messaged the PA board, and this was in February of 2024, this year. And the PA board responded and said, yes, it's still open. And we were all confused and shocked, saying like, what else do you guys need? We haven't heard from you in almost, a year and a half, coming on 2 years. And we've emailed them a few times from February to the latest one is in early June here this month. And they either just say it's still pending and there's a bunch of cases they have to go through, or they just don't respond. So that's where I'm at now. And it wasn't even a complaint towards my Pennsylvania medical training, like my medical training license. It was a complaint to a medical license that I had with Pennsylvania when I was doing some moonlighting for my residency, but I stopped doing that after 22 because I just thought it wasn't worth it. So it's basically an expired license that I haven't renewed. And I was saying that as well. I was like, I don't even need a license in Pennsylvania. All this is holding me up to getting licenses in other states. And again, I haven't heard anything from the PA board, and they're just essentially keeping it open. And they've also told me and my lawyer that they have no plan to charge me with anything because there was nothing really there. It was just two kind of random incidences. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at now. And I've now been granted licenses in New York State, in the state of Florida, and in Oklahoma so far. And they haven't had any issues with me. So that's
Were those
where
issues?
I am now.
Yeah, Chris, were those issues mentioned by New York, Florida, and Oklahoma when you applied for licensure? That the Pennsylvania stuff? They were? Okay.
Yes, and I also appeared before the Oklahoma board
Did
as
you?
well.
Okay.
And explained to them the same story, and they approved me.
Got you, Dr. Cliss. What other questions does everybody else have about this, if any, or concerns? I mean, what I would say is there's two paths, obviously. One path is this board will grant a license. If there were ever anything done by Pennsylvania, that would come to our knowledge. And so if you take that path, that there is a system there. So what does everybody want to do? It's either grant a license and Pennsylvania does something, we find out, or you say, I'm going to wait till Pennsylvania gives us an okay. That's the two options. I really would see this board taking one of those two.
I would say with a grant a license, I would say.
I thought that's what you were going to say, but I just really couldn't get it out of you. Yes. And so we have a motion, a second, a third to grant him a license. All in favor? Any opposed? Dr. Calix, I appreciate your help with radiology in Arkansas. You just got your license.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry for the
Big
trouble
sweat,
here.
man. Thanks for putting up with us. And we'll get you licensed as quick as we can. It won't be long. Laurel's pretty good. Okay?
Okay. All right. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Chris. Have a good day.
Have a good day.
Yep. We got lunch till 1 now, y'all. So turn off your video, turn off Step.
So Mark, are you ready? He's up and running. Okay.
Video's on. Yeah, I'll call her. You mean just say something? Hey, Dr. Andrews Pirtle, come on in. It's the nicest way I can say it. You're fine. You can sit up front. It's not, I mean, it's not like that though. It's fine.
So you don't feel so alone. So you don't feel so alone.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Mark, you good over there? Okay, I appreciate it, man. Get myself caught up. All right, y'all. Everybody good? Everybody ready? Hey, Dr. Andrews Pirtle, Ward Gardner. Good to see you. We're doing good. Just had some issues. There was an attestation thing where you told us about some privilege issues, and we were trying to get in touch with you, and there were problems, and looks like we got that eventually settled. And so what happened with trying to find you? It just go to the office and you weren't there anymore? What happened?
Right, so I didn't know that it was there, and I looked at the dates. The office has my number. In fact, we've done community service together through the dental department, same building, but the person who signed for it passed it on. I assume she passed it on to the office manager. This happened at least twice.
Yeah.
And I never got it. I did speak to Vanessa Whitaker from the Human Resources. She said she would talk to them about any further.
Yeah, we know what that means. I'll talk to them about it. Yeah, I know. Hey, but how do we manage? So let's step through this though. So why did the subpoena catch you? So what happened different with that?
Well, I don't know. I know that someone came to my husband's office looking for me. And so.
So they went
had
outside the
not-
office to serve it. Okay, so
They
it
had
wasn't
not
just
gone.
served at the office.
Right, if they had not gone to my husband's office to find me, then they wouldn't have found me, I guess.
Right. Okay. Because that's what we were just, it kind of helps us in terms of loops and understanding how we contact people and things like that at times. And then you did contact the foundation, so you were aware of that and met with Dr. Donner. Dr. Donner, how'd that go? And we've got, an additional blue folder, prime that you just got.
Yeah, I don't know why y'all didn't get it earlier, I'm sorry, but the doctor was very involved, animated, offered a reasonable history.
Couldn't have been better,
I
right?
thought was healthy attitude about her own life, and sort of admitted wasn't blaming anybody, admitted where she maybe had some problems, but overall had chosen a different life for herself
Yeah.
than what she was experiencing.
EMR and the daily treadmill wore you out, didn't it? Oh, we're all there.
I thought you said the treadmill. I'm like, nah.
The hedonic treadmill, trying to chase something you'll never catch.
The medical records and everything. It was a lot.
Oh, we
not
all,
just do
yeah.
A lot.
Oh, yeah. I know about the late nights. I know.
Yeah.
And so what's your plan kind of going forward? You look at my life now, you'd like to obviously keep my license and practicing. I mean, how does it look for you going forward?
It looks really nice. So my girls are 19 and 20. They're both in college. I realized I missed a lot. I have, I looked back didn't see, there were a lot of memories I didn't even know because I missed a lot.
Yeah.
But I'm still involved in the community. I'm involved with the teens and the kids in my community. We're taking to DC this year. So the things that I would do and stretch my life out and then be so tired, I can actually really enjoy, and I really enjoy genealogy also. So I'm actually, I think I'll live longer because I'm getting more sleep.
Oh, less medicine. You'll live longer the shorter you practice medicine for most of us, but if you care. Are you still going to practice some? What's the plan on practice?
I don't, I know I didn't understand when we talked to Dr. That I have 2 years to decide, right?
Well, you have to do a reentry plan.
Yeah, if you don't practice at all for 2 years,
Yeah.
then you got to get a mentor and do some
Right.
additional CME and things like that. So don't get foolish like that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, not foolish, but like the longer I go out and I'm enjoying, I'm still up at 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm my husband's clothes every morning. I get up and I do things, and I don't see myself coming back in the future. So I probably not.
Well, I mean, I can see it. I mean, I hate it, to be honest, because we need you, but I mean,
Yeah, and
I get it.
I need me.
If she does the 2-year thing and you try to come back, don't suggest your husband as your mentor, please.
Oh,
Just-
no,
Just
no.
giving you,
Heads
No,
up.
no, no.
just giving you a heads up on that one.
But I need me.
You can, it's probably not gonna fly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So,
you-
has
you-
anyone got any other questions? I mean, this looks like an information thing to me, y'all. I mean,
Move we take for information.
Second.
Yep, I got a motion, a second, that we appreciate your time, which means take it for information. All in favor? Any opposed? Thanks a ton. Sorry about all that.
For a while, keep your CMEs up anyway.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dr. Andrews Pirtle, you may consider changing the address where the board
Yeah.
congregates.
I definitely will.
Yeah. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
And next up is virtual. And there was some additional correspondence from the physician that y'all got last night. There were some other entities involved as well. Hey, Dr. Zazala, can you hear me?
Yes, you're coming in
Did I
okay.
get it right?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, I try, but I did engineering, not English or literature. Hey, I appreciate your time. This is a board requested appearance primarily because of the issue in Missouri, and certainly there was an issue in Maine that has popped up as well. And before we get started, I was curious about, because I think it may help, the issue that began in Canada. Was that the same issue regarding the group called Care Oncology that you met with this board about in 2020, or is that a different situation? Because the mechanism is similar there, right? We have a non-licensed physician involved with a licensed physician and prescription. So was that the same company or not?
No, it's not the same company.
Okay,
It was a different issue.
And so so kind of let's go through those then. So and work with me here. And so we saw this board in 2020 because you were working with Care Oncology, and there was I believe the prescriptions are under your name, but someone else was seeing those patients, correct?
It was a while ago, but yes, that's what I remember.
Right.
The
And
events
then
were as
we
well.
did some CME
Mhm.
regarding telemedicine. So how did you get a situation in Canada that was identical then? Or was it not identical?
No, I mean it was different. The Canadian situation was a little bit different. Well, first of all, I want to thank the board for taking the opportunity to to meet with me and allow me to kind of discuss these issues. To give a little bit of background, so I finished residency in 2012. I grew up in Detroit. So I was kind of looking to see how I could start my practice. I didn't really like the health insurance situation in the States, and I found that the Canadian system was a little bit more easier to manage because it was a kind of a single payer system. So that's how I ended up in Canada. I was had a work permit there, crossed back and forth. I started getting interested in telemedicine in general back probably about 2015, 2016. Started to realize that was a trend coming, and it was a potentially powerful tool to help impact health on a larger scale. And for the Ontario issue specifically, I was introduced to a pharmacy out in British Columbia called Crips. They had been working with some patients who had been working with naturopaths. Naturopaths, don't prescribe in Canada. Well, not certain, or at least within certain limitations. So the pharmacist asked if I could kind of help provide some prescriptive services to some of the patients as kind of part of their more holistic program with their naturopath. So I was a little reluctant at first because I wasn't quite sure what naturopaths were doing and things like that. So I told the pharmacist, hey, have them do a video consultation with me. I provided a booking link, and I said, well, let me meet with the patients and kind of see if I'm comfortable with what the request is from the patient, and kind of take it from there. So after meeting with the patients, usually by video telemedicine conference, it seemed like their requests were usually they're usually what's the word I'm looking for? Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. They seem to be decent requests or not like outlandish requests. And a lot of these patients had they sought care from their primary care and certain certain specialists and things like that. And that's usually how they ended up with the naturopath to kind of try their hand there. So I work with the pharmacist to to kind of provide prescriptive services as, like I said, as part of a kind of a holistic package for these patients. And like I said, I had a system in place where I do like a video consultation and evaluate the patient. Something must have gone wrong. One of the naturopaths that had been working with the same pharmacy, he had gotten himself in trouble. I think he kind of expanded his scope too much, from what I understand. And then my name got kind of included in with his investigation. He was investigated by his naturopathic board, and that triggered an inquiry to the Ontario board. And they asked me questions. They asked for charts and things like that, and I cooperated with them. But that was around the beginning of the pandemic, like right before the pandemic, into the pandemic. There was multiple delays. Apparently they had a big turnover with their investigators, and the investigation went kind of idle for a long time. My work permit was ending, and I had already had plans to transition out of Ontario because I couldn't renew my work permit. So I'd already kind of had identified a doctor to replace me. And I turned my practice over by middle of 2021, and let my license lapse because it was $1,500 to renew it, and I didn't have any plans or ability to work in Canada anymore. So when they finally assigned an investigator again, and they picked it up in 2023, they saw I'd already kind of transitioned out of practice. And they said, well, it's an open investigation. We need to end it. We can't just keep it open. So they said, if you're not planning on coming back to Canada, just if you do come back to Canada, we'll open the investigation again. But for now, we're closing it. No referral to disciplinary hearing or anything like that. And so it just made sense to kind of take them up on their offer, and finish that off.
Mm-hmm. And then at the time you discussed that in Canada, did you have legal representation?
Yes.
And so did your legal representation at that time tell you that there was going to be kind of some information that would fall to other states regarding that? I mean, it seems like maybe you were surprised that Maine would know about that. No?
No, I mean, I disclosed it to Maine, I believe, when they were asking about that.
Oh, okay. Okay. And so how did Maine become informed? Did they get informed and then contact you? Or did you do it like on an attestation form? How was that?
I don't remember the exact details, but at some point I must have let them know about the investigation and then the conclusion of the investigation as well.
Do you think Maine knew about the investigation in Arkansas?
I don't know.
Okay. And there was the only action taken by us was some CME, right? Did you sign a consent with Arkansas to do that CME, or?
I believe that was the agreement.
Okay. And then, and what was the issue in Missouri? I guess that you were unaware of the Missouri laws requiring in-person supervision with a telemedicine supervisory relationship?
Yeah, I mean, at the time, I was working to get more experience in the telehealth field. I started working with various different telemedicine companies in various different aspects. And there was a company I had agreed to do some nurse practitioner supervision for. At the time, I was told we were compliant with their regulations because there were, from what I understand, what I was told by the company's legal representation, that there were some carve-outs and whatnot for remote care and servicing rural patients and things like that. So I was told we were compliant, and that's kind of what I was basing that off of at the time.
Gotcha. And then at the time you were dealing with this telemedicine structure in Missouri, there was a group, I assume it was the overarching group, called the Pill Mill Group. and then it was tied to something called the Pill Mill Pharmacy. Do you have any financial ties to either one of those organizations at this point?
Sorry, it's called the Pill Club.
Pill Club, excuse me.
Yeah, sorry. The pill is a reference to birth, the common language used for birth control. So it was kind of a female health, mostly contraceptive, hence the pill. No, I didn't have any financial interest in it. I was a supervisor for some of their nurse practitioners, and I did some administrative things with them as well.
You still work with them now?
No, they're no longer around. I think their assets got purchased by another entity.
Imagine that. No. And so currently, what are you doing practice-wise?
Yeah, so my main practice, in 2019, I helped co-found a telehealth platform called Aegis RX. That's my main practice. It's a public. It's a Delaware publicly registered benefit PBC company, and we're trying to improve human health and longevity, help people live longer and healthier. So that's what I'm currently doing.
And then what kind of medicines day to day you do telemedicine wise regarding that?
I'm sorry, can you?
Like in your practice for that, I mean, what does that look like prescriptive wise? What medicines do you prescribe for patients in that capacity for that company?
Yeah, like I said, it's kind of focused on health and longevity. So
but health is kind of it's
right.
diminishing drugs that get thrown into that one these days.
Right, you're right. So I mean, it's focused more on like signs and symptoms of aging, for example. Generalized fatigue, metabolic dysfunction, weight gain. So things like metformin, tadalafil for men who have issues with sexual health. There are certain like nutrients like NAD, nicotinamide adenosine dinucleotide, that can help boost energy for patients who have issues with fatigue.
Testosterone, no controls.
No, I purposely stay away from any controlled substances. I know it can be a regulatory minefield.
Yes, sir, it can. And then how about GLPs and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, we do some limited amount of GLP-1 medication.
And so really, I guess if you were me and you look at it, you would say that I had two kind of simultaneous issues with two different board entities in 19. Maybe I've learned my lesson since then, since they both were similar. It just seemed to me a little suspect that we had two that were pretty similar in structure, right? Where someone was kind of leveraging your license for a prescriptive authority. And it didn't seem that one knew about the other, which surprised me. But if your educational efforts here were a consent, they should have, I guess. What questions does everybody else have about kind of all of this? None? Okay. Everybody's good with it? Okay. Anybody want to make any motions or anything like that about this? This is in a board requested appearance just because of an attestation.
Move we take it for information.
Second.
A motion and a second for information. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We appreciate your time. We just took it for information, which means you're good. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I mean, you're right. The best teacher is making mistakes and experience, and my prior experiences have taught me a lot. And,
all of us. That's the only way any of this gets good, man. It's painful.
Yeah, you're right. It is.
It's
It is.
painful.
And I know. Telemedicine can be a little bit of a hot topic these days. But I'm trying my best to make sure we're doing everything right. Learning from the experience. We have legal, teams up the wazoo, forgive my language,
No, it's
reviewing
nice
everything.
words, it's
Yeah. We're trying to review everything, trying to make sure, but sometimes there are gaps that you don't know about that can go unplugged. So I appreciate the time. And if you have any other information, please let me know.
Appreciate your time. Have a good day. Go to work.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, next up is 120. Chelsea, come on up, y'all. Hey, Chelsea, it's Ward again. It's a practitioner requested appearance, and the reason this is here is we had an agreement that once kind of the legal things were settled here, that you would come back and we would kind of discuss things. And so, and I guess a board feels like they have a good feel of the timeline here, kind of what's going on, I would assume. And so, could you kind of fill in? We got some additional information from you recently, and so what's in that, Chelsea?
I guess that was just pretty much telling a little bit of my story.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, you know, lots of the public things that have been public
Mhm.
or even documented have been tainted, so say.
Sure.
And it's very unfortunate. There's lots of background influence. I don't know if you were able to read the letter that I honestly, I woke up in the middle of the night about 2 nights ago and I knew that I would be nervous today. So I figured I'd put it on paper. And
Yeah,
give it to
to
you.
remember everything. I got
Yes.
you. I got you.
Um,
But I would just be honest, Chelsea, is what I'd be.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I promise. I mean,
Yeah.
for better or for worse. And so but yeah, I would just be honest about it. And so I mean, step through that with me though. What do you feel like happened there? Because Chelsea, from our standpoint, here I'll just cut right to it. Chelsea, so this board, when there's a felony, this board has a critical decision about whether or not to grant a waiver or not. And so, and if we don't grant a waiver, it gives you grounds, and really we'd have to have a hearing, I believe. Is that correct, Michael? Right. And so it wouldn't be an immediate action, I wouldn't expect, unless this board elected to. And so I would just be honest, Chelsea, because for us, I mean, with a felony, and I know it's no contest, but it's still a felony. It seems like, it's hard to explain outdue influences leading to a felony
Yes,
conviction.
yes.
I mean, so fill that in a little
Yes,
bit. I
no.
mean, just honestly.
Well, to just pretty much sum up the whole scenario,
Yeah.
I volunteered for over 2 years at a PTO, which is all it is pretty much mothers
Yeah.
that come together for a school system, and we take our time and volunteer to fundraise, to do things out of our own time, and actually pulled me away from my job a lot,
Right.
which ended up actually getting in trouble one time because I was spending too much time at the school. And I was the treasurer for every year that I was there. It was kind of I'll be honest, it wasn't very organized. We're supposed to have minutes. We're supposed to have,
Sure.
all the such and such documentation done. And I'll be honest, it was just a bunch of moms coming together and we never really did any of that. With that being said, I was a treasurer. I got the account going, up and running. The debit card had my name on it. We did fundraising, we did different things, and I just took over from a previous treasurer, which again, there's no book on how to do it.
There's just an account. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, there's just an account.
Right.
And I'll be honest, there were times where, I did use a debit card. I used a debit card and money was placed back. I truly did not feel, honestly, that there would be any type of disciplinary wrongdoing anyway, in any way.
Right.
And to kind of put in perspective why this even came about, unfortunately, the principal at the school,
There were other things there. Yeah.
Yes.
We call those boundary issues.
Yes,
Okay, good.
yes.
You can go there. Yeah. Okay.
And he, I guess, volunteered information to his wife.
Okay.
And his wife, anything different wise that was put into the account, I didn't argue with it because at that point I felt like I was being accused. I didn't want to ruffle any more feathers.
Yeah.
Even though several things that I was paying back were things that were purchased right for the PTO.
Right.
My lack of responsibility of keeping the receipts, and I'll be honest, another thing that wasn't told, I guess, because I didn't have receipts from the previous year either. There were big receipts that I've kept, for example, email purchases, anything like that.
Yeah.
Large purchases, obviously, I mean, I have to document this.
Yeah.
And the lack of receipts. So therefore, that's where they took it upon themselves to add up all of these accruing amounts. And that's where the $8,000 came from. My husband and I did not argue it. I just didn't want, and maybe that was my fault. Maybe I should have stood my ground a little more on it all. But I guess I knew who I was messing with. This individual who is a principal at this school is very powerful. I mean, he just is. He's him and his wife. And so we just.
Felt like you had to. Okay.
Yes. And so then after talking to a lawyer about it, he's like, Chelsea, and then I'm going to back up just a little more.
Yeah.
After all this was done, they did minutes, which, come to find out after speaking to my lawyer, they did the minutes wrong. So while I was still on this PTO, they had a meeting without me, and therefore they spoke about different things, and they were like, she can just pay this back. You know, it's not a big deal. Whatever's left, we're just going to let it go. This is even with the superintendent of the school. This was a large meeting with bigger upper hand of the school. Granted, this is not a school group, and we even have documentation concerning that the PTO is literally a volunteer
Right.
thing, and it's nothing to do with the school.
Right. They're all separate. Yeah, pretty
Yes,
much. Yeah.
yes. And so it was all agreed upon, everything. And then unfortunately, about a week after that, small town gossip of different things happening between this principal and myself. His wife took it upon herself to take all of the minutes that were recorded from this meeting and take it to the DA's office, in which was her sister.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah. So there we go.
There we
That's
go.
how we got started. Okay.
yes, sir.
I mean, we had issues to start with, and we worked through with a mentor program with billing, and then kind of this. And I mean, it really, for this board, it comes down to, you know, the waiver. Is the board willing to give a waiver or not willing to give a waiver? If you don't give a waiver, that doesn't mean, and Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you don't give a waiver, it just means we have to have a hearing, correct? And then a license would be likely intact unless there was public health or danger here, but I don't really know that that's the case.
Right. Eventually, you're not going to give the waiver for ground sets or show calls for having a felony that you're not allowed to have.
Okay.
So something, it's not going to be an EOS situation.
Right.
There has to be some culmination.
Right.
Which, sir, I don't.
Yeah, you go, Chelsea.
So this has been settled. The only reason why we didn't have a trial was because it was so publicized. It was placed on the front page of the newspaper. Another. And so that was the main reason why my lawyer's like, Chelsea, he goes, this is a felony. And I know you have your license. He goes, this is not a good idea. But since I don't have a record, and the circumstances and everything, it was placed down to a deferred sentence. So I am pretty much on probation, and at that point, it will be eliminated.
Right, as long as all's good. We have some things
yes.
kind of like that in
Okay.
Arkansas that we do with Call Act 990.
Okay.
And so but it's still, Chelsea, it's a question of, what do you do, the waiver? And Chelsea, I mean, I don't vote, but the problem is there was some stuff. I know, Chelsea, I know. And so, I mean, Farrell, what do you want to do? What's your feeling about this?
I think we should just grant her the waiver.
Okay.
Second.
See? We have 3 motions for you to get your waiver. And I guess we would take this as information. And is there a consent here, or just the consent should be completed by her appearance today? I would think, is there?
There was a prior consent, and she still owes $500 because the felony was finalized.
Okay,
That's
you
why
got
it's
that.
held today.
Okay. So does that make sense to everybody? Add that to your motion, okay? So we got a motion and a second for that. All in favor for that action, say aye. Any opposed? The action is to grant her a waiver, and pending she paid the fine, correct? And that should end, yeah, and that should end the consent order. Yes, ma'am. Mhm. Make sense? You good? Make sense, Chelsea? Okay, you're good.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You knew this town.
Okay. All right. Next up is 1:30. Jeff. I think you and I both had the same thing on us last time.
Yeah.
What? Jeff's always been better dressed than me.
No,
See?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I do. I do. This is a board requested appearance, and really it was kind of a joint requested appearance because Mr. Angel ventured it as well and said, "Hey, I'll get back with you when we get things kind of cleared up with K-Star, right?"
Correct.
And so, I mean, Jeff, as it stands, looking at it, it looks like you went to K-Star and things went pretty well.
Yeah.
Right. And so, and then obviously half of Fayetteville wrote you a recommendation letter. And so, I mean, to me, I don't really see anything else hanging over the board's head regarding this? What does everybody else, what questions anybody else got?
I wish more providers appeared with something as thorough as this.
Well, Mr. Angel, he knows what he's
I,
doing.
I didn't say that. I just said very thorough.
And so,
I can tell
anyway.
you, Dr. Gardner, I've been in this chair for many years, but I've not.
Yeah, longer than me.
But I've not seen the substance of letters of recommendation like I saw in this case.
Yeah.
When you start talking about doctors, not only talking about calling him when he's not even on call and asking him to do surgeries on them.
Well, and
and
I
their
know the names
family.
too. And some of the names are longstanding people. I don't know if it's
Yeah,
Arkansas.
these are,
One's a board member.
these are.
Former.
These are players, okay?
know.
So he's anxious to get back to work.
I know. I just worry that it speaks to some other issue that I can't tell. So I'm staying out of that. Does anybody got any motions or anything regarding Dr. Keller they want to make? Or?
Are you allowed to
We'll go. Where's that,
I
John?
was gonna say, are you allowed to say where you're going next, or?
Still looking. We've haven't really delved into that until we had K-Star completed and then got the green light from the board.
There's only one more hurdle, and it's something that we deal with, and it's the only network that chose to ban him and his participation agreement. And I'm not going to say who it is, but that appeal is going to be filed next week. So,
Okay.
very good.
Please take for information.
Yeah.
Second.
Got a motion, a second, take Jeff's appearance for information. Dr. Keller's, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion
right.
carries.
See you someplace else.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Angel.
Next up is 140. There's a blue folder item there that I don't know if everybody saw. Dr. Cato, unfortunately, well, I don't know, unfortunately, because I don't vote, but she elected to surrender her license. And so I guess we gotta,
Like
I mean-
earlier, got to report it. She was under investigation. Yeah.
I guess that's true, isn't it?
It's very true.
Was that your impression of that?
Yes,
Okay.
she's not going to return to practice. I did everything I could to try to make her think through this, just like I do with all doctors that are to the extent of burnout that she was. But she just said, I can't do this anymore.
Okay.
My only question, just, I thought she'd just show up and speak with us.
Well, and I know this person, but I haven't talked to her in years, and so, yeah. But it is what it is.
Sad situation, it really is, because obviously being in peds and she got COVID 4 times and it just rocked her world. And like I said.
So you tried to convince her to stay?
No. I made her several times rethink this and. so
Okay,
forth.
because I
Yeah.
couldn't, I'll be honest, well, I'm going there. Okay, thank you.
I just didn't see some things that occurred, but when you look at the medications.
Right, I just
No,
thought,
this was-
I
this
thought
was
Kim
just-
was gonna come up here and we talk.
Have a
and-
conversation and.
It's really sad. It really is.
So,
It is.
so I guess we, take that, how did we do the last
Is
surrender?
that a motion to accept?
Yes, motion to accept. Yeah. Motion a second, all in favor? Any opposed? All right. Okay. Ugh. 150. Dr. Zhang, Ward Gardner. Nice to meet you. Wish you didn't have to. Jeff will tell you all about it. We had some issues here and, it looks like you joined MANA in 2017.
Yes.
And then 2023, they kind of had some issues. Yeah, and then we looked like they kind of worked on a plan to kind of maybe get things back on track, and then all the gears shifted in, looks like April around then. And I guess the big question I would start with really is, did MANA force you to contact us?
It's in an agreement that we mutually agreed that I resign from my previous position and contact you guys.
So did they say you had to contact the state medical board?
Yes.
And so, and I guess, and I don't know another way to be. So what leverage did MANA have that made you feel like you would sign an agreement that I had to contact the medical board? It almost, to me, Dr. Zhang, it's like there was something else there that they were hanging over your head and they said, if you don't contact the medical board, we're going to do.
What they told me was they will contact you guys directly if I do not report to you guys.
Okay, that's what's the
They're probably
lever.
going to report them to the practitioner's data bank if he didn't resign his privileges.
Is Mana, I guess any clinic can. Any clinic can. Okay,
it-
okay,
it
because
did
I was
not-
trying to figure out their
no,
lever on
no,
this.
Did not involve the data bank. This isn't a hospital privileges case. This was strictly employment.
Right, see, that's what, that's what I was getting at,
Strictly
Brian.
employment. He doesn't have hospital privileges.
So I was just surprised, because to me, Dr. Zhang, to be frank, it just seemed like that seemed to be odd. It's almost like someone had some sort of leverage in the situation, like if you don't do this, I'm gonna do that. And I couldn't figure out what that exchange was. It made me honestly feel, because I mean, that's just me, that maybe there was more here. And I guess, Dr. Zhang, the other thing would be is, I mean, I'll be honest, Dr. Zhang, I got the data bank in front of me, and at 1,000 patients, you're in the top 5 if you have 1,000 chronic opioid patients in April of 2024 of the whole state. Maybe top 6, definitely top 10.
I have been pretty stable on the top.
What's that?
I have been pretty stable on the top, checking the database.
Well, no, I know that, but I guess I should have framed it better. How did it get that big as rheumatologists? You are 10 times bigger than all of your rheumatologic peers in the state of Arkansas.
Over the years, I mean, as I mentioned in my letter, no, when I came to Arkansas 2017, actually I inherited quite a few patients from my previous rheumatologist. And so I had quite a few patients on chronic pain management already with large numbers, actually, opioid pain medication use. And over the years, accumulated quite a few patients. Because some of the rheumatological condition we're dealing with, chronic pain is a big part of the disease process. And especially some of the patients that I have been dealing with, they have chronic condition and end stage condition, which after we tried multiple treatment modalities, and after we tried different medications, they're still not responding. So that's the reason. And some patients ended up with opioid pain medication. And those are the patients that I cannot just let them go. Because, you know, rheumatology condition, a lot of time you deal with chronic patient and you see them that so often kind of thing. So over the years, I have a lot of people accumulated.
Right. But how'd you end up with a bunch of stimulant patients? Your stimulant load's 12 times your peers.
And some of the patients that, especially the patient with the diagnosis of fibromyalgia, some of them, they have attention deficit and they cannot concentrate and they cannot work. They have like chronic fatigue.
Right. But what did a rheumatologist do to evaluate someone for ADHD?
A lot of time I refer them to see a psychiatrist, and sometimes it's really hard to get them to see a psychiatrist. And if they carry a diagnosis of ADHD, and sometimes if they have previous history using stimulant, get good like efficacy, and sometimes I put them on a stimulant.
Do you think your rheumatologic colleagues write a bunch of stimulants?
Which I don't know, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And so, I mean, seems a little bit off the track. You know, I mean, there's enough fibromyalgia, Sjogren's, rheumatoid patients out there to last a while. I'll be honest, Dr. Zhang, you seem very nice, but it seems like you got handed the wand, the DEA wand, and man, it just Fantasia happened and you got drug all over the planet.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
could I ask a question? I just want to make sure. So he was not reported to us for prescribing complaints.
That's my impression from Mana. That's why they wanted him to contact
No,
us.
he reported himself.
That's what I'm saying. This is a self-report.
This
in
is a
sense.
self-report.
I wouldn't take a self-report because his employer looked at him and said, you better call the medical board or we will.
But they didn't.
Right? Because they were going to do it if he didn't.
Well, if they were going to report, they could have. I mean, but the bottom line is they said, if you will self-report, we will not report.
Because that's kind of what I'm getting at. It's.
But it wasn't like he woke up one day and said, hey, I'm out of control.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, to me, and I'll get right to it, my opinion is, this is a big practice. I mean, we just had someone give up their ability to write narcotics for a total patient load of 235 patients. Yours is 4x that. And so, I mean, the one we pulled before that wasn't 1,000. And so, And certainly there's been a plan here going forward to get things straight. And so, what does everybody else think? I mean, to me, what I look at is, do you either take our own look at this with or without PMRC, probably with, or do you say, hey, he and Mr. Angel have gotten this on a track that makes sense, and there's a pain medicine doctor involved, and he's worked real hard before this meeting, and we feel like this is going the right direction, and it doesn't look like he's going to write over. Is that what y'all agree to? It's not nothing over 50?
It's a total reset. Okay.
Yeah.
And so the thing about it is that I didn't know if it was going to evolve the way it did, but certainly I've had a lot of physicians that have prospered under the education, training, and management of Dr. Silver. So we started that conversation that he was just going to do a mentorship with him. And then Dr. Silver contacted me after he had shadowed him, because I asked him to go up and shadow him at least 40 hours before we appeared today.
Yeah.
And halfway through that, he said, I've been wanting to hire a rheumatologist for a long time. I see a lot of his patients that are from the Fort Smith area. And Dr. Silver also has a clinic there in Fayetteville that he does 1 day a week. And he said, I can get this guy on track. And I said, well, here's, you tell me what you want to do, and then I'm going to tell you what we're going to do. And so the bottom line is that pain management, anything above 50 MME, no combos, everything is going to be handled by Dr. Silver moving forward.
Right.
And the upside of this is that most of our mentorships are off-site by Dr. Silver, retrospective review by Dr. Silver. And so we're looking at everything after the fact, whereas this is across the hall, two providers working with one another. So he's going to see each and every one of these patients. He's going to see the EMR. He's going to see the PDMP in real time. And obviously, this is the opportunity, because he does have a lot of patients. And he's going to have a lot of patients.
That's a big
He's going to have a
number.
lot of patients that are going to find out he's back in practice, but it's going to be a totally different practice moving forward. And I want him to get back to his bread and butter, which is rheumatological diagnosis and treatment, and that's what he's going to do.
Yeah, I mean, the wait in Little Rock's 8 months for one of those doctors for routine stuff.
It's unbelievable. It really is. So it's a total reset.
Yeah. What are you going to say, Phillips?
I'd trust Dr. Silver to mentor you on the opioids explicitly, but what about the stimulants? What's your plan there? Are you going to continue those? You going to try to find some way to
answer
refer
for
out?
him.
No, he will not. He will not continue those.
I know you don't. I know you don't.
You're not moving,
participate in
Danny,
that.
but I can hear you.
Okay.
Oh, okay, good. 'cause-
Did we even need to approve this? Because, I mean, again, I don't have a.
Well, you either take it for information,
Yeah.
or you do an investigation. Right.
I mean,
I'm
look,
for
he's
info.
he's got sound advice.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
well, I mean, we take it for information only. He's got good help.
Are we setting precedent without pain management committee? I mean,
There's going to be monthly reports from Dr.
No, he just means
Scribner.
legislatively.
Oh, yeah, I
That-
understand.
you know,
I
I mean,
understand.
yeah.
Yeah. But
I'm all for it. I just
But
think
it was technically a self-report and not one that was found that needed us to investigate, and that would require pain management.
I just wanted to get ahead of this if we could before any charges or anything
Yeah.
like that, and say, hey, I've got this, and y'all have seen plans and pitches from me before, and hopefully it's going to be.
It's better than a pitch.
It's
It's more work than a pitch.
Dr. Silver's pretty proven to help in this situation, so you've got the right person helping you on that, no question about it.
Ward, that's why I asked those questions, because I just didn't understand the sequence of everything.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, because that's a big practice.
Yeah. I mean, Dr. Zhang, you were obviously headed off the rails, and you were off the rails, but.
Yeah, I'm not surprised your patients are looking for you.
It was headed, you were headed for trouble, but you got caught it in time, and this is probably the better way to handle it, I would say.
I guess I'm lucky. Thank you. Thank you guys very much.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a motion and a second for information. You good, John? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dr.
Thank
Zhang.
you.
Thank you.
Issues. Are 2 o'clocks on here? Not yet. Huh, okay. We will do that. All right, so let's go, is 2409 the first one? Yeah, it is, 2409. I'm sure everybody's looked at that. Michael. Love you, it's all you. To me, I look at this as that really can't be a medical director as we would term it, but how do you, and we'd have no purview over the APRN situation is what you think, right?
I don't think we really have a dog in this fight, kind of like the AR cannabis fight. We don't have jurisdiction over this. So whether there's an issue of someone practicing medicine without a license, that's a whole other thing. I don't think we have enough information to make a determination on that right now. But for purposes of this question, I don't think that's for us to decide. I think that's for the dental board to decide. This is something that they allow.
Okay, but it was, I guess the questions were supervision and medical corporation, right? But medical corporation's us, isn't it?
Yeah, they don't, this would not be a medical.
Okay, so we're gonna tell them this would not be a medical
Yes,
corporation as we see it.
exactly.
Okay, that's the only thing I had a question about. Okay. Okay.
So the injection,
They can't use their name as such because of that reason.
And then as a non-medical corporation, and then they'll have to deal with the nursing board as to who can supervise an APRN. I mean, the way we read stuff, it says physician, and
Correct.
physician is chiropractor, podiatrist, and us, those three boards. But that's up to the nursing board to decide that. Well, that's the overarching arbiter of all things arbitrary and capricious. I would think this would be a nursing board call. This would be Sue Tedford and Shannon McKinney and their lawyer. Yeah.
We don't have jurisdiction over the individual.
so,
I'm gonna get it, guys.
What?
I
You're doing great,
apologize.
dude.
so doing Botox and dermal fillers doesn't fall under us.
Unless you believe that that is practicing medicine, at which point it would need to be referred to a prosecutor.
Well, I will
because they're
tell you
not
though,
licensed.
We do.
well, but I have dentists all over this state doing that. And I would think that would fall under the dental board unless we take it up as arbitrary and capricious with the Department of Health and say, we think that's the practice of medicine that would fall under our license, but that's the only path you got. Cause cause I'm just talking out of turn, but and this practice has existed, I think, for a while regarding the dental board licensee. I don't know that the dental board is aware of it, but I guess they are since they forwarded this to us regarding supervision.
So the whole part about aesthetic procedures shall be prescribed by a qualified physician or an APRN with prescriptive authority.
Well, that's yeah. And so that's the nursing board regs, correct? Now, yes, the nursing board regs regarding supervision of an APRN, right? Right, and so the way I see this, Brian, is to me, I'm just an idiot, but if the nursing board said, yeah, you can do this, and we got unhappy and Michael agreed, that's where arbitrary and capricious and the ADH get involved if we disagree with another board, because that route does exist within the ADH. So like when the cosmetology stuff came up in 2020 a bunch of times, if the cosmetology board didn't do something, there is a route where we say, we think that board's decision is arbitrary and capricious because it doesn't follow their Practices Act. And that's the only way I would know to attack this if the nursing board told this dentist that, yeah, that's cool.
So can a nurse serve as medical director?
No, I think it's got to be a physician. It's got to be someone licensed by us,
Even
or
a-
the chiropractic board or the podiatry board.
Even a surgical center?
What do you mean?
Because I'm just looking at this
Mhm.
onion.
Yeah.
At what point? So can you have a nurse that's the medical director of an ambulatory surgical
I would
center?
say not, based on the Arkansas Medical Practices Act, and I guess that is, yeah, it's got to be, to me, state medical board, chiropractic board, podiatry board. It can be, but it's funny when you look at dental clinics, as you look it up, none of them are listed as medical corporations. They're all individual LLCs. There was another for-profit LLC listing, so I think they've avoided it because of this law. And so I don't think I wouldn't suspicion that a nurse could do it either. Now, do I think if you went out there and looked at the Secretary of State's website and you pulled all the names of all the clinics and saw who was the director, yeah, you'd find some holes.
Wow.
So give me an example of what you're thinking about that, because I don't seem that surprised by it.
Yeah, it just, there was a time that we had someone from cosmetics that could help us a lot. And I'm just not a fan of needles going in places without the proper supervision.
Yeah, we died on that hill. And so so that person you're talking about, tried to do a rule, and that got I mean, I don't know. I mean, that was more than nuclear detonation.
Yeah.
It was resoundingly no.
Gotcha.
And the
We had tons of, at all levels of government calling and like, no.
and so they said that we are not allowed to, and you were there, unfortunately. I think you still have an arm left that didn't get chewed off. I watched it 3 times, and it was, we were impacting the scope of practice of the nurses, and we're not allowed to do that. That was the main thing.
I had more people call my clinic to talk to me about that than any other issue we've ever dealt with.
But the way I see this, Brian, I think if they're, and I haven't read the entire Nurses Practice Act, I read quite a bit of it, and it says physician everywhere. And so I don't think that a dentist can supervise a physician when I read their act, but I'm just a stupid doctor. And so I would suspicion that the nursing board look at this and go, our rule says physician. And unless they have a different definition of physician in the Nurses Practice Act, you know, then.
So we've got the dental board asking us the question. And so between the two of us, we don't have.
Well, what
an
I would
answer.
tell him, I think what Michael's gonna tell him is that, I don't think she can exist as a medical corporation. And the supervisory role is gonna have to be up to the nursing. But I mean, if Michael wants to edit it and say, look, our review of your practice act says that it's gotta be a physician, you can, but that's kind of upper level politics for me. Wow. But I mean, think about that other one today. I mean, the procedure, the supraclavicular procedure, those things are coming. And independent practice is a whole new thing too.
Yeah.
Right. And then verification that I have some level of training to practice in what I do, that's a whole, because that's how they standardize that. That's how they establish that.
We can talk about that independent practice thing off.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
This is what was sent from the nursing board.
Just now? Okay,
I was
sometimes
gonna
they
say,
do
wow.
that.
That
like,
email,
Oh.
Scary.
okay,
It
this
has a
was,
bust.
the email that came to us from the dental board was also sent to the nursing board. This was the nursing board's response. The Nurse Practice Act does not mention anything about who can be a medical director, so they cannot address that question. However, for an RN to perform aesthetic procedures, a provider must assess the patient and provide specific orders for the patient prior to the aesthetic procedure.
I thought their act represents physician as a supervisor, it's physician this, physician that. And see, this is where I go. So if you get in a disagreement with a board, from looking at it when we looked at the cosmetic stuff, the only option we got is we go to ADH as the arbitrator amongst the boards. I mean, if you want, Brian, I mean, the way I would do this, although please let's not do this next meeting, but I would just, I mean, get Shannon or Sue to come, I don't know. I mean, to me, Ward, I would just, let's get in a room and talk about it. We got to talk about it on tape though, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And so, but that's what I would do it, so we have an understanding. I mean, obviously there's a little bit of a turf issue there, but I mean, I think that, that's what I would love to see happen, so this board has some clarity. I mean, Carly's coming to talk to us about stuff at times. Michael, you're opining, I see.
One
We could
possible
table it, you know?
is table it and possibly have the directors get together in a meeting, and then all the directors can report back to their respective boards, and then if we need to make another determination, pivot one way or another, or if we're all still at odds, then, we can refocus. But, we're dealing with a lot of different boards here, and we're all kind of under the same roof at the same time. So we need to all try to play nice in the sandbox,
Right.
but we don't necessarily need to have stuff pushed off onto us to make a decision when it may not be our decision to make.
Yeah, I get you.
So does that need to be a motion?
Sounds good to me.
I'll sponsor that as a motion.
We got a motion in a second. All in favor? Any opposed? That's good. It's good to have those talks. All right, next up is the PA position, a new position on the PA committee. I mean, hey, Chris, what do you think the best way to handle this is? I mean, like secret ballot vote, we just pass it around? Because we had good statements from the people involved.
Yeah, I mean, both of them are great candidates from what I read. In years, well, I say years past,
previously, I think we brought them before the board.
Yep, that's what-
And just interviewed them, but
And if you, yeah, if you,
it's whatever you all decide. We can go
What's the
either
board wanna
way.
do?
Both of them are.
so we can have the two
candidates.
come and speak, but it's gonna be a little hectic in, August. Or, you know, and that's what, if that's what we've done in the past, that's what I would do, is we've had them come speak.
Committee. Wasn't it the committee that interviewed them?
Yes, I think the PA committee interviewed them and then they made the recommendation to the board. Thank you, Julie. That is.
You okay with that, Chris? You like?
Sounds great.
Okay. So is that a motion?
Yes, motion.
I got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Sounds good. And then 11, I guess the only other one on 2411, the only one I had question on was on page 20. JR. And my question was, does that one need to come see us? And I can't remember off the top of my head exactly who that is, but that's my note.
This is JR.
And so, yeah, because he's going to be ending monitoring, and I just didn't. That was the only question I guess I had from the group. And so that's one that looked like PRC and AMF both recommended ending monitoring. That person been on contract for, well, scheduled to be on contract till 2028. And so that's the only reason I brought that up, because that seemed like a really early withdrawal.
We would not have recommended it. It was PRC's
Okay.
decision. PRC said, you know, he is still involved. He's done more than what he was supposed to do. They just really thought that his situation was adequately taken care of.
Okay, because it says AMF both recommended, so I just didn't
Mhm.
know.
If they, I mean, if they tell us that, then we back it. But we have to have them do it. And he did not ask to be released. He didn't say, hey, I'm ready to come out. PRC said, we would recommend that he be dropped. And we're happy to keep him on,
What's
but
PRC?
Professional Renewal Center
Gotcha.
in Lawrence, Kansas.
Oh, so it's not here in the state of Arkansas.
We don't have anything in Arkansas,
Gotcha.
which is sad.
So, I mean, you know, and so so that would be the only thing if the board wanted to take that up and it is monitoring, they could. That was just mentioned. Okay. They got any motions or questions about anybody else on the list?
We don't have to end his monitoring.
No, only if you want to take it up. I just saw it because that's an unusual thing after a
Correct.
year. And so I want to make sure we all took notice of it. And I thought, well, maybe something will fall out of the sky where we're supposed to do that, but I'm not hearing
And
that.
I'm sorry, I had to hand scribble. Our computers weren't working, our printers weren't working, nothing was working at the office. I wrote Julia, I hate computers, I hate this, like a long text, but I was just trying to get them out to y'all, so I apologize for their.
So on this provider, can we continue monitoring?
Oh, yeah. If you don't do anything, that's exactly what happens. You take them all as information. That's what happens. Yeah. And so has anybody got any question about anybody else on the list?
What would, so what do I tell PRC and this individual? I don't even know if he knows he was recommended, so what would I tell them?
Are they asking for an answer?
No, I
That
just
I
think
wouldn't
they
give 'em one.
will.
Yeah. That I wouldn't give 'em one.
I mean, I think PRC will, you know, say, why wasn't he released? I'll
Oh,
just
they're
say the
welcome to
board
come
didn't want
talk
to.
to
Okay. That works for me. I've decided I'm the medium stick. You're the big stick.
No,
the medium
I'm the
stick.
Just some, we
one up here.
appreciate their opinion.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
There's a part on there that says COPE
Cope.
continues.
That is, it's a weekly meeting and they can go to it as long as they want to. And usually it lasts for about a year every week. He's kept going. He enjoys it. But it's other physicians, only physicians. So they really do get to kind of learn a lot about, they throw scenarios out at each other and it's really, really helpful.
Yeah. During this time of monitoring, do you feel like this provider has done well?
Absolutely.
Yeah, great.
I think just continue monitoring because it's very unusual for us to stop at a year, and this is less than a year.
Right.
So I
So,
just
yeah.
think we take them all for information.
Got a motion for information?
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I mean, do you want me to address this other thing as an issue, or do you want to do it as additional business like at the end?
I can't read your handwriting.
That's that.
Let's do that at the end.
Okay.
Well, no.
Okay.
We'll do that then. And
Okay.
our 2 o'clock is here.
Okay.
Oh, we didn't.
Oh.
do it. It's in the blue folder, the paper. The one you told me to present.
Oh, I didn't, oh, wow, okay. That one from the email. Yeah, so we had hey, Chris, this is the one about the prescribing,
Yeah.
and so it was a question about whether or not the PA could refill the stimulants.
I didn't have an issue with it.
Yeah, because it's structured the same way as the nursing board thing, where it's a
correct.
physician.
As long as that physician started originally initiated the prescription, and they were seen within the 6 months, I didn't have an issue with it. If it was started at one clinic. but
Did
they
you
have
get
a
this blue
satellite.
folder thing, Brad? You have this look on your face like, what are you talking about, Ward Gardner? Okay. Yeah, it's a question from a physician assistant regarding refilling stimulants. And it looked like really their question was, can I do it from the other clinic? It wasn't
Right.
even a
I just took
different.
it as a satellite clinic.
Yeah.
This patient was seen here by this physician, and then they came here for the refill. Can I do it even though they weren't seeing the same clinic? To
I'm
me,
not
it's-
worried about
it's
that
a
at all.
no-brainer, but
That makes sense to y'all? So I guess the board needs to take that up to whether or not we're gonna tell that physician assistant that practice is okay.
correct.
What does everybody think? Anybody want to make any motions? Okay, Chris, you made the motion.
Motion.
Brian seconded it. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, carries. Thanks. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Okay, 2 o'clock's here?
And we have 3 people that are being let in.
Okay. Virtual, when you say let in?
All of them are virtual.
Oh, okay. Get myself caught up. That was a big pile.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, I'm trying to catch up.
Ah,
Nice to
great.
meet you, too. I wish it was different circumstance. Hey, doctor. Is this
Hi.
Dr. Nakamura?
Yes, correct. Thank you so much.
Hey, Doc-
Nice to meet you, everybody. Thank you so much.
You too, Dr. Nakamura. Looks like you're here today for consideration for an educational license.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I know the guy on the bottom. Hey, Dr. Robertson. Hi. And so, hey, the one thing I'll say, Dr. Nakamura, and I guess to Dr. Robertson, I'm surprised the fellowship at Mass General wasn't ACGME approved. Ron, is it not?
No, I don't think most of them are.
Okay, God, that's like the mothership. And so because if he's ACGME approved, Ron, he doesn't need an
Right.
educational license or anything. Okay. Does anybody,
Dr. Burdine's on, he probably has a better comment to that question too.
So none of the transplant surgery fellowships are ACGME approved because they would have to comply with the work hour restrictions, which are not.
yeah, that ain't gonna happen. It doesn't happen in real life either if you're doing a good job, Law.
Yeah, the other reason is that we bill as attending surgeons in these fellowships. So, for example, like a decade ago when I was a fellow, I collected about $8 million for the University of California, San Francisco, and then they pay you a fellow salary. So it's a really good deal all the way around for
You don't sound bitter about that at all.
great
Hey,
deal.
8 mil in San Francisco might have gotten you like a cheap apartment in Pacific Heights for like a
Exactly.
month. So does
That's
anyone, I mean, the guy did a fellowship at Mass General. And so it's certainly he's going to be entering with an educational license doing some surgery I ain't got guts enough to do. And so does anyone have any questions or anything? Or any motions?
I
Move
wish
grant
I'd
license.
grant it because he may be helping one of my patients.
The gastroenterologist, is
I
always.
see. Yeah.
And so we
I'm
got a
really
motion,
happy.
a second to grant him his educational license. All in favor? Any opposed?
Ward,
All right.
Ward.
Yes, sir.
I'll recuse.
Dr. Beer, he's out. You know those UMS guys, Ron, that
Yeah, I can't count on them, can I?
All right, so one recusal, the rest are all unanimously for this educational license. That's it. It passed. You got your educational license, Dr. Nakamura. Get to work.
Thank you. Yes, I'm ready. Thank you so much.
The room you're in looks like the one you'll probably be sleeping 2 hours a night in.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you to the members of the
y'all.
board. We appreciate this very much.
Absolutely, y'all. Thanks for picking
Really
good
appreciate
candidates,
it.
Ron.
Yeah, we're trying.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Barnard. All right, next is 210. Similar application for an educational license
sure.
within the gastroenterology department at UAMS. And this would be Dr. Barra accompanied with Dr. Ye. Hey, Dr. Barra. Can't hear you yet. Dr. Ye, can you hear us? Yep.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. How about you, Dr. Barra? Can you hear us? Hey, Dr. Barra, can you hear us? As if louder will help. I need a sign that says, "We can't hear you." Or like a couple options. We can't hear you. You can't hear us.
I've got a pillow in mine that says you're on mute.
My wife would like me.
I'm not able to hear.
Dr. Barry, you there? I mean, the poor guy's in clinic too. It looks like an ER. Here, I'm gonna give him a note. Dr. Barra, no sound. This is gonna look great on YouTube. Yeah, that's what she's gonna do. You know me, I'm a redneck. I just write something and hold it in front of the camera. Hey, Dr. Barry, you there by chance? No.
Yeah, no, I'm
Yeah, I
not able
got
to
you.
hear
That works.
anything. Sorry, hey,
Now you're there.
I am trying to log in different computer.
You're
Just give
fine
me-
now, Dr. Barry. We can hear you great.
Okay.
Yeah, you're great. I appreciate you being here with Dr. Ye. It looks like you're applying for educational licensure here at UAMS to do gastroenterology. It looked like you did a 3-year fellowship in Canada in gastroenterology. Oh, you still there, Dr. Barra?
I'll log out from here.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. You're good. Can you hear me? Maybe not. Oh, he gone. Okay. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. We're trying to support the team. And well, the bad news is that's the boss. And so the
Mark, is Liz Lee also with this one? No? Okay.
I know what it's like for Dr. Barry. You're running somewhere to try to find some computer that will get on Zoom. He's going to get on, and you know what it's going to say? Sorry to load. It's to go, oh, don't turn your computer off. We're going to do updates. It's always what happens if you haul to another computer. Don't turn it off. We're going to lock up your life for 10 minutes. Hey, how's that, Dr. Barrett? Oh, not quite.
Hi,
Hey.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're great. You're great. We all deal with this. We're glad we got everything straight, you know? It looks like this is an appearance for an educational licensure here at UAMS. I'm
Yeah,
Dr.
yeah.
Gardner. This is the medical board, all of us out here. It looks like you've already done a fellowship in Ontario, Canada that was 3 years in gastroenterology.
Yeah, so I have actually here I did my transplant fellowship from more than 2 years. It's 2.5 years. And then I have been working as a hepatology fellow in general hepatology. And I did my training in India, and then also here I am doing both GI and hepatology combination of.
Yeah. Have you done some gastroenterology outside the U.S.? Like as a fully like you have? I thought you had in looking at your application as well.
I did my 3 years of GI training back in India.
Okay. Did you ever practice for a while in India as a gastroenterologist?
Yeah, so I did practice for 4 years there.
Yeah, I thought you did. And so what questions have everybody got on this? It looks like he meets criteria for it, and the guy's practice looks like he's going to be in a subspecialty with the guy that we just talked to before. And so,
And he's got some strong letters of support.
yeah. So is any,
Second.
we got a motion, a second to give him his educational license. All in favor? Any opposed? And then one recusal from Dr. Beer, although, so you have your educational license. It is that easy when you do the hard work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for your support, guys.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's our pleasure. Appreciate you bringing us good people to see.
Yeah, okay,
Y'all
thank
have
you.
a good day. Go back to help people. That's what we do.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thanks a lot.
Yes, sir. Good luck, Dr. Bear.
Okay, thank you.
And then next up, y'all, we got 220. 220. So we're all okay. So let's do some uncomfortable cocktail party games. No, I'm just kidding. I guess you want to.
Do you want to do my report
Yeah.
or y'all want to take a break?
No, Elizabeth's all about efficiency. That's what that means. Well, I respect
Okay,
you.
we'll start with the financial report. For those of you that are new, under your board book, it's going to be under references.
Dr. Barry, you can go. You're good.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Did anybody have any question on financial report? We're in good shape. We're in the black. We're in the last month of the fiscal year. I don't see any issues coming up. We continue to close out the CDs as we're being required to do so. And those are going directly into the state treasury. And we are actually probably drawing more interest in the treasury than we were from some of the CDs. So as we get more of the CDs into the treasury, I'll discuss it with Dr. Scribner as treasurer if he wants to reinvest that once they're all in, and any ideas I have. So if there's any questions on that. And then we have on the second page of that, the practitioners with reimbursements.
Okay. All right. Any questions about all that? All we need is a motion to accept and a second if y'all want to, and otherwise we discuss it. And a motion, a second to accept as it's submitted. All in favor? Any opposed? All right.
Okay. Okay, all right.
It's okay to work through it, man. When you've been in here with me working through it, watching me work through it since 8 o'clock this morning.
Okay, also on the financial report on that first page at the bottom, you will see the PHC payments to the foundation that we make each month. That gives you an idea of how much is going there. We do need a motion to approve all those, the payments.
Motion and a second, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, and I have a very, very short executive director's report. Since last time we have met, we have received 378 applications and we have licensed 385 full licensures. Average turnaround time right now is 32 days. That's up just a little bit, actually by, I think, 3 days. That's because we have some staff turnover going on, so things, but it's nothing that's not being handled. Also, I did want to report, and Dr. Payton will also be giving a report on this in August. Laurel and I attended the Federation of State Medical Board meeting in April in Nashville, and it was a very good conference. We were there. We did not attend the Saturday courses, but I think Dr. Payton did, and Dr. Payton is going to give a report on hydration clinics. They gave a specific presentation that anybody could attend on hydration clinics, and he said he did want to report some things to the board. Other than that, I just wanted to let you know that there was nothing really pressing we saw nationwide that we are not already aware of that was there. But it was in downtown Nashville, so it was a good trip, but the board was well represented. And that's all I have for right now.
Request, there was a request from our legal counsels that the board consider allowing them in 2024 to have the latitude to add experts as desired if they want additional experts in certain situations. And so it's just a question of, does this board want to let them do that? I would. I mean, because they're the ones that've got to manage those folks more than we do. We're not obviously allowed to manage them. And so
with our approval or just?
well, they wanted the latitude to be able to, once this board had said, yes, we need to get an expert, if they decide they want another, they want to be able to go after another without waiting for a board meeting or approval. So not totally unilaterally, but once the board said, yeah, expert's okay, if they look at that and say, I'd like to have another in a show cause, they want approval to be able to do that of their own kind of latitude. I got a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. A motion will be to allow our legal representation to have the latitude to add experts that once the board has already voted to have an expert on a case. Additional experts. Mhm. What's that? He's working on the mic.
I'm working on it. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. I'm getting there.
All right. Let's see, not virtual. Okay. Next up is 220, virtual appearance show. Uh-oh, come here. Oh, there she is. Okay. Hey, Dr. Goss, Dr. Gardner, can you hear me? No, not yet. Can't hear you. But I like the painting. You need to.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay. This is an appearance for licensure. And it looked like you wanted to practice here in Arkansas. What's your plan here in Arkansas?
Yeah. Well, I actually work for a TPA owned by Elevance Health. And we have a client with employees in Arkansas, and they want at least one, if not two, docs to be licensed in Arkansas to review essentially utilization management.
Gotcha. Never had any malpractice issues. You've practiced as an OBG.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you've practiced as an OBGYN doctor since 2005?
Yeah, 2000. I finished residency in 2005.
I thought. Has anybody got any questions regarding her application for licensure?
Move to grant her license.
All right, well, we got a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. You have your license.
Thank you.
Be
so
nice
much.
to us
I
so we
appreciate
submit
it.
clean
I will.
claims. Pay us.
I know, I do. I
Come
look
on,
at
Jenny.
it as an opportunity to get things approved.
Yeah, and pay on contract, Jenny.
Okay, we'll do it.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Appreciate
Y'all
your
have a
time.
good day. Thanks.
too.
Bye-bye.
All right, next up is 2:30. 10-minute break. Not here. We're up. Mark's got his turn back on, just so everybody's aware. Okay, so we got the 240 here, and that's virtual, correct? Yeah, got to be that quick. So we'll get that loaded up, and that was an additional for today, and that's my fault. Can you? There you are. Let's try it again. You there, Scott? Keep trying. Hey, Scott. Oh, it's us.
There we go. I can
Yeah,
hear
I
you
got
now.
you, Scott. Sounds good, dude. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
That's awesome, man. I appreciate you having time for us today. Just it'll help things move along for you too, since we just got your temp application set up. This is Scott Cooper, y'all. Scott's a physician assistant, and Scott applied for a temporary license. And Scott, my only question, we get a little worried about certain forms of practice. One of them's tele. Not that we're against it, because it's in a state like Arkansas, it can be real valuable. But I just wanted to get some clarity, because Scott clearly, from a didactic standpoint, qualifies for a license, in my opinion. But Scott, what are you gonna be doing in Arkansas? It was just a practice kind of shaped question, is what I had, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know it probably was a little confusing. So a little backstory. My wife is from the Searcy area. So she has a lot of family that lives there. We've thought about actually relocating there eventually too. But so there was kind of twofold. One was kind of family and friends, they always, want to, you're a PA or a doctor, how they say, and, want me to send in meds for this or that. So where I work here in Oklahoma, we do direct primary care. And so it's basically, it's not any controlled substances. It's basically episodic medicine. So mostly we do some preventative, but mostly it's episodic care. So, calling in antibiotics for your sinus infection or whatever, people think they need on that. And so I've had several that have asked my wife if, hey, can he see me? And they're like, well, I'm not licensed in Arkansas. And so just to kind of make sure everything is above board on that, and then in anticipation to potentially relocating there, it was kind of like, this is just kind of a good time to do that. So to answer your question on the practice side, it would be very limited, probably some type of like direct primary care memberships if we were to do that for mostly friends and family. And then obviously I'm sure word would spread, friends of friends, things like that. But it's more so for those episodic visits just to keep me covered.
Yes, Scott, but in Oklahoma, though, I thought you did a fair amount of cosmetic stuff. And I guess I misread the corporation and that kind of thing.
In Oklahoma, yes, I do in Oklahoma. I don't have any plans to do that myself in Arkansas.
Okay, because that's what's confusing me. And there were some wound discussions as well. And so, I mean, Chris, what questions have you got about this structure? And Chris Davis was a physician assistant, ortho for years.
I was just trying to figure out your structure, because it looked like you were doing wound care there, and it looked like your supervising physician didn't have anything to do with it from that standpoint. But you're doing family practice primarily.
Yes. So we do direct primary care. We do some aesthetics. We also do have some wound care providers that work out of our clinic as well. I do some wound care as part of the family practice side. But for the dealings in Arkansas, it's going to be strictly telehealth at this point.
And I would just caution you, as they already have, about knowing the telemedicine laws here in Arkansas in comparison to maybe what you're doing in Oklahoma.
I'm sorry, you cut out. You said there's several laws.
I just said I would caution you on knowing what the telemedicine laws are here in Arkansas in comparison to Oklahoma. Just that every state.
Yes, I do know there are some differences. I've been looking at that.
Yeah, and then is Virtual Medical Solutions something that you and Dr. Jones got set up? What is that? Or is that
that's our LLC? That's the LLC here in Oklahoma, and that we have that kind of the umbrella for all of the other little clinics that we have in Oklahoma.
Okay, that we were just talking about that.
Yeah, so that actually
Arkansas, and I hate to do it, Scott, because you practice well, but in Arkansas, medical corporations got to have an MD boss.
It has to have an MD. Yes, I did see that. That's why we're kind of like, I'm not dead set on I didn't know that actually until I started my licensing process. But it was like, well, if we do it how we need to do it to make sure we're within the laws, at least, even if that means I can't do anything with it right now, at least I have, the licensing for when we do relocate there.
Yeah.
So,
And it's medical director. It doesn't mean it's majority stockholder, I think, but Michael our lawyer can answer that better than me, but just
Okay.
'cause I thought maybe that's what that was. And then, what other questions everybody got? There was one settled malpractice in 2020, but
Large settlement, but I think we've already looked at it.
okay. Because this has come to the PA committee, y'all. What happened was he applied for a temp. I wasn't sure. PA committee looked at it and y'all felt like best we discuss it here. And in an effort to be expedient, Scott was nice enough to meet with us and get it done today. So any motions or anything like that? Grant him a license, not grant him a license?
I move we grant him a license.
Got a motion, a second, a third to grant you a license. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? You got your license, Scott. I appreciate it, man.
I appreciate y'all. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Y'all have a good day.
Somehow the 230 who had 7 malpractice claims in 30 years and 5 in the last 10 years, decided that he didn't realize he was supposed to appear today. He's on his way to work and wanted to be continued to the next meeting, which is fine. I mean, I don't see anything about it unless y'all do. Yeah, this ain't public health, safety, or danger. Right, exactly. Right. So we'll just take, is that a table? Yeah, table it till the next meeting. Yeah. Okay. Table it to the next meeting. There we go. And then I guess, is that it?
That's it.
Well, I can't make one. Okay, I got a first. I got a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? We out.